I'm live, but are you? That is the question.
Maternal love is the love that's going to change the future of mankind. So we'd like you to look
we like to say people kind, not necessarily mankind, because it's more inclusive.
There we go, exactly. Yes, thank you.
We can all learn from each other.
They're going to want to cancel me for this one. I ain't even got a little buzz yet. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. There's no hope. I put on Joe Rogan when I kick it and lay in bed. You want to fight me for it? Then no kidding. Go take your meds. I rearrange your face up like you're Mr. Potato Head. Oops. Sorry, just a potato head. Shit is too crazy, man. Now there's wokeness every damn place. Every industry, it seems they throw it in their fans' face. And we bumping albums now. I'm told we shouldn't handshake. Probably homophobic if we don't like all these mandates. Land breaks. We're too sensitive these days. Getting mad at every little thing and everyone's enraged. Get offended and then straight up try to censor what you say. But now it's pretty obvious that censorship is gay. What the fuck did he just say? Yo, I'm kidding, bro. Relax. I love it when Big Tech is even censoring the facts. And to save the human race, I went and got the vax. I'm a superhero. Why you think I sit here in a mask? Think we should go back up in the lockdown and start panicking. I'll just hide inside cause I don't want to kill your grandma. Man, it's weird how much you love this. Y'all like Dahmer with a mannequin. Tell me to get woke and I'll go pop another Ambien. It's no joke. I thought an education, it just might be a blessing. I went to college and honest, I thought I might learn a lesson. But when I left it, I just found out cause I'm white, I'm oppressive. And just the sight of my presence can cause a microaggression. This shit is weird. Plus some kid threw a temper just cause I didn't remember this little idiot's gender. And I said, listen, whatever. She, her, they, them, him. I don't give a shit. Go stick your dick in a blender. I don't care, man, it's clear. I'm just here to get indoctrinated. I'll just take a course and find out how no man can ovulate. It's also made its way to doctors' offices who got their patients on these hormone blockers as they profit off these pharma agents. Y'all should take a booster. 6 shots to do the trick. If it doesn't, then get 7 or you'll probably get sick. You still feel your blood clotting, well, don't trip. Cause at least you ain't a racist and misogynistic prick. That's what Trudeau had said. And if you disagree, don't speak your mind. We need to silence anybody who ain't good for people kind. We need to fight this climate crisis. So these climate prices will keep climbing till you peons be unbroken. You can't even drive. Get a freaking bike. Earth is currently in danger. Save Mother Nature. We say birthing person nature. Plus you working now on changing other words and definitions. It's our mission. It won't get you fired from work if you don't cater. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. It's no joke. Woke are always yelling, always yapping, make noise. Use a bunch of buzzwords that they happen to coin. Never down for a debate cause they don't have any point. Someone tell me, why do Boy Scouts have to be boys? Well, I tell you why, but I don't want to mansplain. I'll just let you do all these gymnastics in your damn brain, trying to justify what don't make sense just so you can claim that you're so progressive. We get it, now start a campaign. How you make the patriarchy come to an end. How masculinity is toxic, everyone should be feminine. And women in the sport should make as much as the men. And then you learn about revenue when it doesn't make sense. Reality and being woke are pretty much an antonym. My aunt became my uncle, then she turned into my aunt again. Channeling delusion, it's confusing why we pander into fantasies. Whoever disagrees, then we cancel them. Cancel Roseanne, Kyrie, Djokovic, and Dave Chappelle. Gina Carano and Aaron Rodgers can go straight to hell. Cancel teams, cancel food, make them change their name as well. Now I'm using Aunt Jemima's that I had to save. I'll tell you, y'all too woke. It's no joke. Shit, feeling bloated. Huh? What if I'm pregnant? Oh, no. Got a shit.
Goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody.
That is absolute gold, man. I found that earlier today, and it only took me about 25 minutes to decide that I just had to play it at the beginning of the show. How y'all doing, folks? We got some new faces in here. Check this out. This might blow your mind a little bit. Ariat bye. But there you go. That's for the Nova Scotia guy in here that just walked in. Hey, bud. I got a couple of things I do before I go and start talking to people, and my computer seems to want to melt down already, so let's get to it.
I want to tell a story about top-down brute force government overreach, but it's also a story about people resisting such things and asserting their right to govern themselves locally and do things their own way and be left the hell alone. And though it's a story that takes place between 110 and 130 years ago, I think you'll find it contains, as most historical stories do, echoes of many of the same issues that we find ourselves wrestling with in the present day, insofar as trying to find the proper balance between central government power and popular sovereignty exercised at the state and local level. So what's the story about? It's about Pittsburgh, specifically the spelling of Pittsburgh, specifically the H on the end of Pittsburgh, which the federal government tried to take away and kept trying to take away for over 20 years. But eventually, they had to give it back because the people of Pittsburgh said, damn it, we like our H. We are keeping our H. The feds have no right to dictate to us how we are to spell the name of our own city, and this is a hill we are fully prepared to die on. But before we get to that point, let's step back in time and quickly set up the scene. The first European settlers to arrive in the area where the city of Pittsburgh now stands were the French in the early 1750s. They built a fort on the site named Fort Duquesne, which they occupied for only a few years before losing it to the British during the 7 Years' War. The first recorded reference to Pittsburgh as the name of that place is contained in a 1758 letter from General John Forbes to William Pitt the Elder, in which General Forbes is clearly trying to kiss the ass of one of the most powerful government ministers of the day by suggesting, you know, this is a pretty nice place we've captured from the Frenchies. What say we call it Pittsburgh in your very own honor, sir? And Pitt, well, he thought that was a pretty good suggestion, and so Pittsburgh it became, except it almost certainly wasn't pronounced that way, at least not at first, because when British people, or people of British extraction, used the B-U-R-G-H suffix, it is always pronounced borough. So it's reasonable to surmise that at the time of the name change, and for some time afterward, all the locals called the place Pittsburgh. But at some point, the local phonology changed and people switched to calling it Pittsburgh with the hard G sound on the end. And the reason why probably has much to do with the influx of German immigrants to the area beginning in the mid-19th century. A native German speaker would never look at B-U-R-G-H and say borough. They would just say Berg in the German fashion, and both suffixes mean the same thing anyway. B-U-R-G-H is from the Anglo-Saxon, and B-U-R-G is from High Germanic, but each has the original meaning of referring to a hillside fort. So there would occasionally be some confusion among out-of-towners on the correct pronunciation of the city's name, but by the time you get to the 1870s, 1880s, it's a matter of near unanimous agreement among the locals that it's pronounced Pittsburgh in the Germanic fashion, but it's spelled in the British fashion. But there were other places in the country where other such things were starting to become a legitimate problem, and this goes back again to the different naming conventions employed by English, Scots, Irish immigrants on the one hand, and Germanic Scandinavian immigrants on the other hand, respectively. If a new town was named by people of British extraction, they would use B-U-R-G-H, and the correct pronunciation would be borough. If it was named by people of Germanic or Scandinavian extraction, they would use B-U-R-G, and the correct pronunciation would be Berg.
Oh, come on, man. I'm just trying to do an intro over here. Like, how's it supposed to go if you're just going to complain about the other people I'm using for the info? I want to go home and take my ball and not let any of y'all play with me anymore. What's up, bud?
Hey, how's it going, man? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, man. Who are you in chat?
Nova Scotia grown, 61.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm up here in Clown World in Canada, man. Everything's totally screwed up here, eh?
That's absolutely start raving batty.
Yeah. Where you at? States?
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, yeah. Right on.
Did my little speaking of Newfie get you?
I never noticed. I must have been waiting. Yeah, I'm from Nova Scotia, not Newfoundland, eh? There's a difference.
Oh, yeah. That's different. My bad.
Yeah. It's all
I'm
good,
not from anywhere near there.
Now, we're neighbors to Newfoundland, but I'm in Ontario, actually. I came here to be with a girl, and I wasn't happy with the situation, and the boyfriend and the daughter of the girl I was with ended up drugging me. I spent 14 days in the hospital in intensive care for 4 days. It's just totally crazy, man. Anyway, I'm not getting into that. But
that'd be a total show on its own, dude. Well, we might have to get into that on a different show.
Yeah, no, it was bizarre, man. Like, anyway.
How do you pronounce Worcestershire sauce? Okay, I guess you know now. That's how I pronounce it. Can you see chat?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, hey, Dillhole. I'm fixing to roll back through chat and go say hey to everybody.
Yeah.
This is about that time. Let's see. Just JP gets the gold. Welcome to the show, bud. Mr. Self-Destruction gets the silver. And MVTV gets the bronze. AJOT's come puffing in. Claiborne County Transparency walked through the door. Mr. Bean and GW. That's George Ward for those of y'all who don't know. We got Katie at Northern Sounds. That's pretty cool. Nova Scotia Grown 61 is currently in studio with us. And truth be told, Audits, that's my brother from another mother, if you didn't know. He's off in the crowd over there somewhere. Let's see. Alfredo Gonzalez says that Trump NFTs are now available. Folks, I honestly am not a money mastermind, but I strongly advise against anything that's non-fungible. People talk funny in Pittsburgh, says Jody FJ. Bernie B. Sanchez is in the house. It's good to see you. We got Streakly Strange over here talking about he is anti-Krampus. Oh, no, anti-Christmas, pro-Krampus. All right, well, I've got a new game thing that's available over here that I haven't tried out. And after all of this is done and we're finished doing this part, I'm going to do some of that and listen to the Christmas
for the rest of us.
Yeah, we're going to do the thing. We got Ozzy in the house. Good to see you, Ozymandias 2014. I think that's the first time I've ever said that right. Dill Hole is here. It's good to know. Good to see you, bud. Yes, and he is, of course, in love with AJOT, as we all are. You want to make non-fungible tokens? As I understand it, I made one by accident. I was watching this particularly nasty live stream with a particularly nasty host, and he was doing dirty, like really bad news stories. And there was this one where the guy had cut this chick's head off and threw it in the trash can out back. My response was, that's his way of telling everybody her head game was trash. And it almost broke his live stream because he went to giggling and coughing and couldn't stop. What's up, John Eagle? Good to see you, bud. Welcome to the show. All right. I have caught up with chat now. Are you familiar with auditing?
Yes, I am.
And what is auditing to you? Is it different from cop watching?
Oh, yeah. It's going to a federal building somewhere in the States and exercising your freedom of rights to use your camera in public, basically.
Well, the concept behind it is you cannot trespass the eye. And so anything the eye can see is basically just public information unless you make it private.
Sure.
So this past week, we had 5 auditors arrested, I believe, in Aurora. AJOT, do you have access to any of those videos? I couldn't find them. Like, I went looking for these people. I guess they're going to edit them or something. But if I remember right, if I understood it right, they were arrested auditing a building, like actively live.
I know SGV's had a lot of problems lately.
Well, I mean, they're stepping up their legal interpretation game down here. They're trying to make cameras a weapon. They're trying to say that no, Aurora's not in Georgia. It's in Denver, just outside of Denver. It's like Aurora and Denver are almost like sister cities, so to speak. They're real close together. Right. Yeah, second mass auditing arrest in 2 weeks. In a week. Exactly. But I can't remember who all it was. I know it was Aurora Transparency, Denver Metro Audits. I know Regan was involved, but I don't think she got arrested this time, which, you know, hey, I'm impressed. Regan didn't get arrested.
Did you catch that high-speed chase the other night where the dog bit an innocent person?
No, man, I've been sleeping through all the good stuff recently.
Oh my God, it was crazy. An innocent man walking down the sidewalk, and the fucking cop lets the dog go right on him.
All right, so in that case, if I kill that dog, am I the one to blame?
Well, you know how things are these days. It's a clown world, so yeah, you'd probably be the one that takes the rap for that. You're just supposed to stay there, lay there, and take it till the cop calls them off. Basically, eh? Clown world.
Hey, Jot, is that the link I'm looking for? Bet it is. I don't know if it'll work. Uh-oh. No. Why is it doing this? That's no good. Hold up. I know what to do. I don't know what to do. I ruined everything. Why did I ruin everything? What just happened? And why can't I fix it? All right, fine. I'm going to fix it this way then. Bump that one up there. Pop here. Yep. Turn that trash off. You ruin everything, even by not being here. But I love you, though. It's okay. See, this is a Sasquatch show, which means that we're automatically going to have all kinds of weird technical issues, right? It's just the law of nature. Don't take it personally. It's just the way it works. What we got over here? Can you show me a little swaggle? I'm almost positive that's you. Hey, Alfredo. How you doing? Please, Ajot? You know, like a little winky poo. Yeah, there you go. That's plenty. All right. That's everybody. Oh, I totally screwed the pooch on that one, and I do apologize. I'm going to try it again and try to get it right this time. Let's see. I can't hear you, Ajot.
I wasn't speaking.
You sound like you're at the other end of a tube.
Is that better?
That is better.
My bad.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
I lost your link because I suck so much.
Well, here, I'll give it to you.
There it is. I got it. I'm sorry. I'm just bad at this whole
That's
thing.
just the first one that I had.
I'm sure it'll work just fine. That'll do. Is it at the very beginning of it? Or is this all of it?
It's only, this is just them getting arrested. It's only less than 4 minutes.
That'll do. All right. Is that it? I'm assuming.
What? No, I didn't give that one. What? Hold up. That's not it. That's not it.
That's not
No.
it. Okay. That's the one you linked.
Oh, well, here you go. My bad. I'll try that one.
We'll just go at it randomly
My
until
bad.
we stumble across an arrest. That's what we're going to do. Oh, yeah, that looks more promising. Where are we at over there? Over here? Is that good? That's good. Okay. Everything. Uh-oh. What did I do? Fix it. Make it better. There we go. That's working. That's working. This is working. Everything's working. All right. So, the arrest. This is apparently what is this DMA?
That's not his.
What is it?
The second one I just put in there. Oh, wait. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on. That's the same link, right?
Just a guy having fun.
Okay. So the one I just put in
Hey,
there
Jed. Welcome to the show.
is DMAs.
All right.
The one you have up there is from.
Is it the same event?
Just a guy. Yes.
Okay. If it's the same event, that's good.
Yeah.
We'll go to this one. Do this. Place this mug. This one. Function. Right. Okay, so this is a 40-minute. Uh-oh. Don't do that. I bet this thing just froze, slammed the fuck up.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Strictly. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
more. Your pants are
Um,
tore on Channel 4.
Hanging out the door.
All right.
Hey guys, Ever Metro Audits, aka the Mile Auditor. Here
That's
for the
pretty
mass
bad.
audit. Got a bunch of people with me. Got a big sister over there, Leonard.
See
Fix
what
the
we're
Police
gonna do.
719, Armac, and Cap Gamer. Hey,
We are going to go without the sound on that for a little while. I'm sure he'll catch up in a minute. What you been doing, AJ?
Nothing. I did some cop
Yes.
watching the other day.
Well, that's cool. I saw a little bit of that. Y'all all doing stuff all way too late for Sasquatches, man. Like Sasquatches turn into a pumpkin around midnight.
Well, I mean, I have to wait till my little one goes to bed so the babysitter will watch him.
I understand, but like maybe I don't know, hit him in the head with a rock or something. I don't know. Get some chloroform.
Some chloroform. Shut up.
I don't know what to tell you, darling. I try to stay up. I do. But it just does me no good. I feel crappy the next day and just decide to go to bed. All right.
I go to bed and turn on another laptop. That doesn't work out well for me.
You see, that's the trick is I have dug up excellent audiobooks with the right narrators that will knock you out at 100 paces.
So those two right there were arrested. I forget their names. Those were 2 of the 5.
I know one of them wasn't Aurora Transparency.
Yes, Aurora, Denver.
DMA, Denver Metro Audits.
Yeah.
There's another
That
one
guy.
I know.
I don't know his name.
There's another one I know. I can't remember his name to save my life, and I never can. Sad. Yeah, don't you know? AJot's my future ex-wife. You don't realize what you're talking about over there, man.
I don't have a child. I have 4 children.
Yeah, but unlike most chicks, they sprung fully formed from her forehead.
Shut up.
Gorsh.
You
where are we at? Where is
Fast
this? But where is it?
What do you mean? Where is it?
They're at the police station?
No, they're at the city or town hall.
Town hall, right? Gotcha.
Where they passed an ordinance prohibiting filming at the town hall.
That is an administrative order.
Yes.
Effective immediately in accordance with the authority granted to the city manager. Okay, well, did we vote on that? I don't remember voting on that. Did you vote on that? I don't think I voted on that.
I am not 22.
Just a
but
shitty
thank you.
policy.
Hey, show me Sasquatch. Welcome to the show, bud. Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's just a policy, and that's for employees. That doesn't really apply to the public. But okay.
Circulation of petitions.
She gave me I put it on.
No public demonstrations, no soliciting funds, no picketing, no placing or erecting tables, exhibits, chairs, and trying to find the part that says number 8, the use of any audio or video recording device without consent of all persons whose voice or image is being recorded. There's no CRS, there's no law, it's a piece of paper. I can make up a piece of paper too. So, but it's funny how they're doing that.
In fact, I did. It says I do what I want. If you turn it over, it says I still do what I
15 of
want.
us in here today, guys. And you know, like your thing, see this lady, she's walking away now because she doesn't want to be recorded. The problem is, guys, it goes from the top down, right? If Martinez, Chief Martinez, would explain, and the city manager would explain that these people have a lawful right to record in here, then, you know, it's learned behavior, guys, right? They're telling them that we're not allowed to record in here, and that's not true. So then the employees they get up and walk away and they're rude and stuff like that because they're giving false information, guys. That's all.
So did she leave?
So she got up and walked away.
I thought I saw her take her purse.
Yeah.
So they're not going to help anybody.
I guess they're not going to help anyone down here. I guess.
Well, you know, I mean, everybody will have to leave their records requests.
So, well, we need to make sure that each person, Regan, that's filling out the records request, that they have
Hey,
the right correct
C4T.
form. Some
How
of
you
them
doing?
are CCJRAs and some of them are CORAs.
Well, that's, you know, they're supposed to, the custodian of records is supposed
As
to.
I understand it,
So if somebody.
as I understand it, unless there's a penal code attached, it doesn't really apply to public, because unless it's a crime that's being committed, there's no reason to be involved with anybody there. There's no point in stopping them, IDing them, doing none of that stuff. Good to see you too, bud. Council meeting, DMA, Reagan went to, and that's when they did this. So there's a council meeting supposed to be starting here in a second, or they just got done with it.
What?
I said, was there a council meeting fixing to start? Or had it just finished?
I'm not sure on those details.
Council meeting where?
Amongst Denver?
Oh, yeah.
Aurora City, I think, is where it's at. I'm not certain.
Been having some pretty wild council meetings in LA, I can tell you that.
Well, that's LA. You could expect that to be you did hear the intro tune, right?
No, I didn't actually. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah. That was funny.
And I think that was put up yesterday. I have no idea who did it, where it came from. I'm hoping the guy I poached it off of got it. I linked it there playing. It was in the I'm gonna put it in the description when I'm done too, because that is awesome.
Yeah.
That was a cool tune. So basically, they're just got what, 4 or 5 people trying to fill out FOIA requests and complaints.
So the council meeting was a week or two ago.
Okay.
Jody's saying that because of the council meeting and what happened or transpired is why they made the order, I believe.
And this is in Sheridan, Colorado. Okay.
Oh, you're going to deny us service?
So you're taking
You're denying
my
us
paper
service.
without...
So here we go, guys. They're denying us service because we're recording.
I need, then give me that back if you're not going to make a copy. If you're denying me service.
Okay.
I can't see it.
Well, then keep it confidential.
Just give me a copy so I can get out of here.
Well, they want to it, so they are going to take it. What do you mean you have information back there?
I just don't
Fine,
understand, I
we just want
guess.
to turn these requests in. The longer you keep us here.
I mean, we could be on our way if you just help us, or we're going to stay here till you close. Now we've got like 4 or 5 cameras on.
Right? How does this apply?
Wait a second. Are you saying that this is the wrong video? Is that what you've been trying to say? I'm just checking up, man. Asking Jody. He seems to be right on top of all of it.
That is not the wrong video. If you keep going.
I'll keep going. I'm sorry.
Can come here with their own 2 eyes.
They're putting in a request
Or what they see with their eyes.
to test the ordinance that was put in place.
So if you come here without audio or video, do they ask us for consent to look at us?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, how does this
I mean,
work?
they're recording us, right?
I know.
We didn't
They
ask
are
for their
recording
permit.
us.
They didn't ask me my
There
permission.
are, I think, 7 kids. Yeah, right up there. All
So if you're just coming in, guys, I'm filling out my records request, but we have 15 people here to challenge their administrative order, which is just a piece of paper, and also it's for business.
Consent for me to record.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
I know, we can't hear what you say. I'll be quiet.
Is that a law,
Well,
ma'am?
you were recording us.
We have people's personal information.
Ma'am, I've been recording in this facility for the last year, coming in
Okay.
here for business.
Can I
We
get a
might check
copy of
that
that,
out in a
please?
minute.
For proof that I've turned it in.
You're interfering
Thank
with
you.
other business other people have here too. So the sooner you help us, you can help this gentleman that's sitting waiting as well. Because of us? Well, you're interfering because you're not doing your job. So do your job and we'll get out of way so you can help other customers as well.
Hey, Fab Daddy,
Okay.
welcome to the show,
She
bud.
Calm
started
down, man.
with
Why
that
are you
one.
being so rude to us? Don't talk to us like that. Why don't you talk to us in a professional manner, ma'am? I can't even hear you. Can you speak into the speaker thing? Look to you, man. We're here for business, ma'am. We're here for business.
So we're starting with her. She would like a copy of her form. She gave it to you. You just went and sat it down on your desk.
Bunch of payasos.
Excuse me, I'm gonna just fill this out. So they're trying to deny us service, guys. I'm still in the process of filling this out.
Thank you, Fab Daddy. Danny, welcome to the show, bud. Good to see you.
I know. Their information.
Hey, Jonathan, welcome to the show, bud.
This camera isn't an X-ray camera, so I can't see behind the folders.
Okay, so basically, they're just trying to get some paperwork done, right?
Right now, yes.
There. We got blind man audits.
Right. Okay, let's do the head
Here
talk.
for business and set the tone for the whole interaction. They start acting up, and then everyone else sees that, and they start acting the same way. What'd you say, bro?
I said AFA just mentioned this out.
Oh, did he? Right.
We can try.
Right on AFA. So we're here for business, guys. Let me just give you, since I got a bunch of people in here now, get everyone's shout outs. We got a Roar Transparency in the house. We have Good Athena right there. We got Blind Man Audits. I don't know that guy. This is AQI Audits. Hollow Springs. We got RMAC right here. RMAC, say what up. You guys remember him?
He got
from the
arrested.
Terry DiGilio video. Twyla, thank you for the 1999. Appreciate it. We have Ghost Rider right there. He's out of Denver.
Ghost Rider, I believe,
We
was
got
the fifth
Zach.
one.
We got Johnny Bravo right there.
Johnny Bravo was the
And then
other
up
one.
there, we have Cindy, who was with us at the Denver. She was actually, that's where we met her. The Denver
Hey,
City
Mom's Wholesome
Council,
Videos. Welcome to the show,
public
darling.
comment, which was Gangster that Regan did, with the one with Snoop Dogg. We also have Leonard. You guys know Leonard from Lakeside is up there. We have ANCAP Gamers up there, ANCAP Cop Watch. We have Police the Police 719 up there. Who else did I miss? I think that's pretty much it. And Regan, of course. So it's a very big group, guys. So we had a lot of people come in. We had Utah Cop Watch that was going to come, but he couldn't make it because his bus got canceled. We had Sweet Tea that couldn't make it because of unforeseen circumstances, stuff like that. So.
I put see other side, and then I just wrote my
So
question.
basically what we need to do is everyone's right now is in the process of filling out their public records
Agreed.
requests. And then we're just going to turn them in and then get copies. And we're going to definitely be following up on these too, because they're not going to just ignore these either. So we'll see.
We have
You know,
five in here with 15 likes.
the main
so that's
reason we're
really
here,
awesome.
guys, is because they ignored my records request for Deborah Swenson's footage off of her phone that she took of me on the speed trap. It's been 5 months now, and they're refusing to give it to me. So what we did is we came into city council to tell them about it, me and Regan. And they made that administrative order that says that the First Amendment is banned inside this building, basically.
If you don't want to help me,
Oh, look at her. She's just ignoring us,
she's
guys.
willing to give me my paper back.
Hey,
but not
John,
make a
welcome to the
copy.
show, bud.
That's insane. That's
make a
really
copy?
insane. No, she won't make a copy.
Oh, so she's refusing us business, ma'am?
Yeah, she is.
One thing I want to
This
point
lady's
out in the middle
refusing
of all
us
this
business,
now,
guys.
there is no law against being annoying. There's no law against being mean or an asshole. All of these things are perfectly legal. Just because they don't like what you're doing doesn't make it illegal. Even if they are the ones that generally enforce the laws, they don't get to make them up. In this case, it sounds like a red-butted, sore-ass judge decided to overstep his bounds and affect the public outside of the confines of his courtroom, which is the very definition of overreach. Or am I wrong?
Extreme overreach.
Nuts.
So we just got confirmation, PCP, that they said they're calling, the police are going to be on the way.
Danbury, he's the one that's
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Cranberry, he's the, we call him Cranberry. He's the city manager. So I'm going to go use the restroom, guys, before stuff starts going down, just so I'm there. So I'm going to leave you guys. Just kind of, yeah, could you just like, so it doesn't like recording?
There we go. We got the live stream going. Got Beth and Liberty Blair.
This is next.
You seem to call the police on us.
Live stream, his live stream.
Because we're such rebel risers. This is so funny. I'm going this way. This is driving me crazy. I can't. I don't know how to get my camera to turn, so. So I'm amateur today.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Did you turn yours in?
I turned it in, but she won't make a
She won't
copy.
give you a copy, right?
So she gave
I
it
couldn't
back.
turn mine in at all.
So she gave it back.
They weren't lying. What they showed you. Good to see you.
I can't help it because you're filming me. So I said, well, then give me my paper back. So she brings me back the paper. So instead of making a copy and getting rid of me.
So she just admits to denying service over her excuse,
Yeah,
not the law.
right.
Right.
I think we should all be in the same area. The police are coming. Don't you?
Well, upstairs is refusing them down, right?
Down, these guys are refusing us
Oh, they're
too.
doing
So,
it too?
so we have upstairs, guys, which is the courts, and then we have down here, which is the police, are both refusing us business. So, I mean, we did have Lean who handed me the records request, but now they're refusing to accept.
Yeah,
them.
bud. Much love.
I'm gonna
So
go
go
upstairs.
to like 22 minutes.
22 minutes. We're at 24. We just watched 22 minutes. That's where they told him that they had to go and we're going to call the cops.
Okay, it's at 27.
The cops are supposed to be showing up. Okay,
Yeah.
here in just a minute. I'll let it play.
I mean, there's still men with guns that can
Yes.
detain you, put you in a cage.
Right?
Well, normally you hold it sideways, so you just have a picture. Oh, she's getting a full. Okay. Good to know.
Okay, guys, I'm just gonna take you guys with me. Let's just go up here so you can see. This is everyone down here. We have people kind of on upstairs and downstairs. The blind man audits right there. So let's go upstairs with Regan.
I want to take the footage from all the different channels that were here this day and make a montage with music. Or is that just my YouTubery showing again? Sorry, I don't mean to let that out.
Well, Jonathan, hold on, because it gets ugly.
Yeah, no, it's fixing to go horribly downhill, like here in the next 2 minutes.
Look, here's Cranberry, guys.
He doesn't want to be recorded, but he loves being recorded, apparently. I don't know. There's no reason to fear the camera.
I need a receipt for this. I need you to make me a copy.
Yeah, we're all here for business, Cranberry. So we all are doing a public records request. We just need to, we got them filled out. We just need copies and then we'll be on our way, man.
No need to
But
escalate.
that's
Just,
it.
do your job, man.
Evening, John.
Why are you tilling a tangle?
When we complete our business.
His tinsel's tangled, that's why.
In a giant table.
So Cranberry said he's gonna have the police come or what?
We got free
He said
Christmas
something
gifts for
about
everybody.
Hey, anybody want some COVID
Yes,
tests?
they are.
Hey,
This
Jed,
remind me of pregnancy.
if that happens before I get offline, let me know. I'd like to hook in on some of that.
Sure, I will.
Are you gonna be there? Well, then let me fucking know. Why haven't you told me already? I want an invite. I want to be on the panel. I want to host the panel. In fact, let's make it a show. Wait, no, this has nothing to do with me. I'm sorry. I got a little above myself.
Mm-hmm.
Free Christmas gifts.
That's what you got, guys. Don't get your tinsel in a tangle.
Yeah. Finax now.
So that's Cranberry, guys. That's the city manager who made up the clear attack administrative order on the First Amendment that states that the entire First Amendment is banned inside this building.
I walked right by a cop, was recording him. He introduced himself. Right when we got here, he walked up the stairs. He said hi to me. He didn't have any problem with the camera. Right? He was walking right into it.
Thank you, Jody.
I know, Shirley.
The city of Sheridan is a constitution-free building. It's a free city. All right, guys, everyone get downstairs. Get the cops here. Guys, you guys want to come downstairs? Police are here.
Yeah, let's make
They're
it
coming up
easier
here?
to arrest us all in a group. Let's go do this.
You don't even have time to.
Got Lieutenant Mitchell here, guys.
Watch this.
Lieutenant Mitchell and Sergeant Lane.
That's 1, 2, 3.
What, they're arresting him?
Yeah.
Armac is under arrest, guys.
There's no qualified immunity.
Armac
so
is
be
under
careful what
arrest.
you guys are doing.
Don't worry, Armac. We got you, bro. So it looks like we're going to be getting arrested, guys. So AFA, we have the first arrest here, guys. Good job, Armac. Hey, Armac, good job, man. We appreciate you, brother.
Oh, watch this.
Absolutely.
Hey, what's up, Lieutenant Mitchell? Why'd you arrest my friend?
Well, we need to receive this, and then I also need a form.
Okay, so let's do this first. So according to what we give you guys previously, you were there at the council members hearing. You guys are more than welcome. You are more than welcome to videotape around here, but you can't videotape inside that window and the one down below. Everything else.
Nope, that's not true. That's not true, sir.
Now, if you guys continue to do
That
that,
doesn't say that.
so if you continue to do that, then we will do with that. Now, your records request. You had your
Are you
forms.
gonna, oh, so you're gonna do our records?
No, I'm not gonna do it.
Breach of an administrative order.
Some stuff I'm
Who
allowed
just
to
went
have.
off in
So
handcuffs?
Armac just got arrested.
Why?
I don't know.
What
I got to ask him.
We'll find out.
Why did Armac get arrested?
That's what we're gonna find out.
Is anybody with him?
They took him out.
Where'd he go?
He was on the stairs, they took him.
Where? Where did they take him?
Outside?
Out what door?
The back?
Door here.
Outside?
Yeah.
And he's out there by himself?
For disturbing the public.
I'm gonna go out there.
Oh, boy.
Socializing with the Christmas tree.
So Armac is under arrest, guys.
I guess.
Is that a law, CRS? That is what our ordinance says.
What's a CRS, sir?
So we will go from that.
Hold on, can I talk to you real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
what else do you guys need to do to get this coming together? Hold on.
so
Okay.
we're just trying to record. So we're looking
There's ways of doing things, guys.
You know, to try to say these people are disturbing the peace is kind of a stretch considering they're the nicest people in the building. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, DMA can get a little heated every now and then, but he doesn't ever just become just rude. At least not that I've noticed.
No.
Regan can be rude sometimes, but there's usually a trigger to it. It's not just her going off because she felt some kind of way. It's her going off because somebody else felt some kind of way. Much respect. I don't see a disturbance. Do you see a disturbance?
No. I see people not getting, you know.
What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, bud. That's NC Tyrant Hunter, previous guest. Y'all go check him out. He just had him a little kerfuffle with the, I don't even remember which city it was, but they trounced on him pretty good, and I hate it, man. I absolutely hate it. That just made me so mad. Oh, I'd like to check that video out, but I couldn't figure out which one it was. Was it the one with you and Upstate Audits? Was that the case?
No.
That was just heard? I can't remember. Yeah, you got screwed with the big brood, man. That ain't no joke. I feel for you, brother. Much sympathy. Man, you are in my prayers, bud. I'll tell you what. We got 5 getting cuffed up here. I'm sure you the last one you uploaded, you know, let me go check it out when we get done with this, because fucking
I'll
bad.
give it to you.
And that's what we're here. I'm here. Did I not work with you last time?
I appreciate you. I'm sure you've seen the videos. I gave you a lot of praise. I like your demeanor. So here's the thing, Lieutenant Mitchell. We're here for business. Okay, sure.
So I got this one. So this is all legit.
Right. Just let me finish, and then we'll go from there. So I'm trying to be in view of the
Have
camera.
my receipt, copy, receipt.
So I'll just come this
So
way.
what is it? Which one are you looking for? I just need a copy of that. I need your.
So he doesn't want to be on camera, guys. This is Sergeant Lane, and this is Officer Casorla. So, Sergeant Lane, are you aware of click versus knife? The case law, click versus knife. It states that we have a lawful right to record public officials in the course of their duties, right? And you understand that there's no call.
Was that 6 days ago? Because that's the most recent one I see over here.
Immunity in Colorado. So you're going to have Deborah Swenson over there working overtime to make up for all these civil rights lawsuits you guys are about to get.
What happened to our friend?
And I'm going to have to sue, if you guys arrest me, I'm going to sue whoever puts the handcuffs on me too. I'm going to attach myself to your pension.
Where did our
Mitchell,
friend go?
Mitchell, I was trying to talk to you, man.
So am I talking to him or you? Okay, he's being dealt with because he violated the ordinance. Okay. So what is your question?
So we're here for business, right?
So did you fill out your form? I got these forms.
So I just need to make a copy. So you understand?
So good citizens.
This guy won't let me talk, man. I'm still talking. So you understand Glick versus Knife, which is United States Supreme Court case law, which states we have a lawful right to record public officials in the course of their duties.
In this area, like
Right.
I said,
Right.
out through that window. And
Yeah, I can record anything I can see. I can record anything I can see in here.
Is this what
So
else?
what I'm telling you is that if you guys arrest us, what's going to happen is you're going to bankrupt this town. You're going to bankrupt this town. I'm going to attach myself to your pension as
Mr.
long as
Cordova, do you
possible.
have anything else? Anything else?
Wants to talk to me, guys. Lieutenant Mitchell, man, I take back all the praise I gave you, man. You're just another coward, bro. Just like the rest of them.
I knew that, Jeff. I mean, I was aware. I just went digging back through a whole bunch of your back footage, trying to figure out which one it was specifically, and I came up blank.
I put it in private chat.
Somebody linked it in the chat somewhere, and I've already got it up. It's linked in over here. We're just going to finish this and then go to that. And of course, you're welcome up here if you want to come up here. I mean, link's pinned at the top, or you can just hang back and watch. It's up to you, bud.
You guys swore an oath to the Constitution, Lane. You swore an oath to the Constitution, Lane. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you, Lane? We got Lieutenant Mitchell over here. Huh? Well, look, there's Commander Moscow and Commander Connolly, guys. Jay, thanks for the $14.99.
How many requests do you need?
I need one.
Hey, Denzel, welcome to the show, bud.
Okay.
I have a one. Oh, yeah.
I don't need one from you guys.
So it's funny, they arrested one person, not the rest of us.
I've got a paper for you.
And this sergeant right here, well,
Hey, Regan, it was because he was filming inside that window right there that they cuffed him.
There they are, guys. Oath breakers. There's all the oath breakers, guys. Commander Connolly in Moscow.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Oath breakers.
John Tacola, that was NC
Arrested my friend for exercising his rights.
Yeah, no, Jeff, that was Jeff's appeal. That's why it's been a year. It's because he's already gone. They've already ruled, and he's already gone back and appealed it. And now he just got the shaft. And I'm just not happy about it. And I'm not sure what to do about it because it's completely unconstitutional.
Do better, Lane. So
better.
why is they just
I don't know.
it's
Why
a
did
selective persecution? They only arrested
but-
one person.
I guess.
I'll play it. I'm going to check it out. Appreciate it.
Just put it a good citizen or something like that. That's what I do.
Did somebody threaten to arrest you?
Nobody threatened. They just said if we record inside the behind the glass, then I guess we'll be
Behind
arrested.
the glass?
You can't record in there because they have personal information.
So we could stand, how far would
That's
we have to
exactly what it
stand
is.
He didn't
from
say.
the
He
Malicious
glass?
just he kept
prosecution, that's
interrupting
exactly
me,
right.
doxed me on the live stream again.
That never said that in that order that you had
I
to
never said
stand
that.
in a certain place.
Nope. I mean, he just admitted that we can record in this area, but we just can't record behind the glass.
Interesting. Look at Granberry for not wanting to be on camera.
Let's go back up and talk to Cranberry, guys.
I'm still waiting for
Still have that and my
So we're not all done with our business, guys. Look, here's Cranberry.
And everybody share too. Hold on, I got
There's
something.
the guy
for
that drafted up the administrative order. That's a clear violation on the First Amendment. Disgrace, man. Cranberry.
Walker Cranberry.
Hey, Cranberry. Cranberry, come here, man. What's up with that order that you wrote, man? We're all here, bro. We're in violation of your administrative order, Cranberry. So, Armac is arrested, guys. He's the only one that got arrested because he apparently he was recording behind this window. So if I guess I could be arrested right now too because I'm recording the window, guys. But we've all been doing that. Why would they only arrest him and not arrest the rest of us, guys? It's selective.
You can still see behind the action. So did he? In my respect, he walked off like a boss.
Yeah, dude. Armac, guys. Armac is the guy that was with me on the Terry DeGilio incident. He's a freedom fighter.
bud.
He's a patriot.
Take it easy.
He needs to be commended for taking
Don't
the
let the
arrest
man
for
get
us,
you
guys.
down.
It's amazing. He's the only one that's got arrested so far. There's 15 of us here,
He
guys.
did it with passion and he did it. Yep.
He took it like a man, man. He took the arrest for your rights, guys.
That's sad. Very sad.
Thank you. Thank you, Armac.
Yeah,
Little did they know.
So,
Cranberry's back.
Cranberry's back. Here comes Cranberry, guys.
because your eyes have a recording in.
Sir, this isn't a law. It's a
No.
piece of paper, man. It's a piece of paper, Cranberry. There's no law to back that up. There's
They were
case
trying
law
to make a statement.
report
is what
public
they were trying
officials
to
in the course of their duty, sir. Click first knife. We know what we're doing, man. You're going to end up with a civil rights lawsuit because my friend just got arrested, man.
Yeah,
You're going to bankrupt this town of Sheridan, Cranberry. What are you doing? This guy's a disgrace, man. He wants to hand me this administrative order. So they handing us the administrative order?
What's Mitchell's position? Is that guy a lieutenant?
Who?
Mitchell?
One of them was. One of them was.
Hey, don't be getting all crazy, okay? We don't want disorderly.
Time to
Oh, there
start
it is,
the
Lieutenant
crazy.
Mitchell. There they go, guys.
Look at
All the
this
oath breakers.
squad.
Like stormtroopers.
They got the whole department out here for us, guys, for free Americans. Look at it, the entire police department here.
Looks like Ottawa.
See that, guys? The
Yeah,
entire
it do.
police
It do,
department is
actually.
here for free Americans. They got their gloves on. Looks like there's going to be some arrests, guys.
I told about not videotaping in there. But you can't do that.
There's people that step in here, you better have ADA.
All right, we're getting arrested, guys. Oh, let me put this down.
Yes, he does.
Let me put this down because I don't want it to get. I don't want it to fall. And so we're under arrest, guys. We're under arrest. What's up, Mom? Exercising my First Amendment right. We're all under arrest, guys. We're all under arrest. You don't have to squeeze my hand. Stop squeezing my hand like that, man. It's not necessary. They're trying on purpose to hurt me, guys. I'm trying. You're squeezing my hands, man. It's not necessary, guys. Don't be so rough. Stop squeezing my hand. They're trying to break my hand, guys. You guys are all getting civil rights laws. All of them.
Fuck them all.
Hey, why are you doing that?
As they try to rip his shoulder out.
What's the point in jerking that man's shoulder all the way up like that?
There is no point.
The only purpose is to harm him or to make him look stupid or injure him. I sent you a link, ATL. It's also at the top. We're gonna, after we get done with this video, we're gonna go check out NC Tyrant Hunter's arrest. They were arrested for public disturbance, I think is what they said. Is that correct?
That's about all they could arrest them for, and they would have had to create that.
Well, nobody was disturbed till the cops show up.
Yeah, the government was the whole problem here on both sides. Obviously, that's always the case anyway, so.
Pain, intimidation, and juvenile petulance. Next question. Thank you, MVTV. I was just curious. Good God.
Yeah, I have multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's. I need to hold on to a rail. Thank you.
No, that's my point. These gentlemen are already compliant. Maybe the girl downstairs might have scuffled a little bit, but DMA's walking out completely under his own power. You don't have to make him comply. He's complying. He set his camera down, put his hands behind his back, and they're still trying to act like he's resisting arrest and crap. They're trying to push him into resisting arrest. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get you to pinch your wrist and pull your arm and twist it a little bit so that you can react and try to get comfortable, and then they can call that resisting arrest or assaulting an officer. Not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. Yeah, bud. Welcome to the show.
I couldn't stay in chat no more, dude.
I hear you.
I couldn't stay in chat no more. That's completely what happened to them. Is they're resisting 120%. That's all that is. They're resisting to the fullest now. They know what we're there to do. They know where they're auditing and all these city ordinances and everything that they're adding on. I'm sorry, it's just
stop. Hold on. Right before you came out, I said something that would make what you just said very confusing. I just said that DMA is not resisting anything. ATL, what are you watching?
What
you watching over there? What else?
I'm just watching you.
Who's playing the music?
Oh, that's a TV in the background. Hold on a second.
So what you watching? Okay, just checking. Make sure you get some crackers and crunch them real loud into the bike. Anyway, I was just saying that these gentlemen hadn't resisted a bit, and then suddenly they come in and start pinching and poking and prodding, and they get a little bit of resistance, and then truth be told comes in and is like, yeah, they're resistant all the way out. I'm like, no,
the cop. Yeah, I see what you mean now. No, the cops are resistant.
Yeah,
and you even asked the question, why did they do it? Because they know that they can, and they know they're going to get away with it. They know they got qualified immunity. It all boils down to they're going to continue doing it until the people stand up. And there are way too many bootlickers right now that just don't understand, and they don't pay attention to what they're seeing right now. They're seeing, us supposedly, interfering at traffic stops. They see us going and harassing the government employees. We're going to have everybody stand up. We're not going to make no ground movement until we get these people to wake up and realize what they're seeing is really going on. And they always say, until it happens to you. Well, it hasn't happened to them yet, and that day is coming.
Let me ask you this: as a cop watcher, as an auditor, how can you reach them people?
That's what we're doing with our channels right now. That's what I mean. People are waking up. Our channels are growing for a reason, because some people are realizing what's going on. Babies, it is baby steps right now, and
it's a battle of inches and a battle of attrition, and we are fighting to maintain.
Yeah, the problem is what the police can do to you before you're found innocent or guilty of anything. That's where the gap is. That's where the problem is. What cops can do, a cop is allowed to kill you if you do not obey and get away with it. They can do anything they want to you before you even have a chance at trial. They're allowed to take action against you, whether it's right or wrong, before anything happened. Due process, I guess.
And it was just like DMA was saying in that video. He said, "There's no reason to be that rough." They don't know what rough is. TX Sheepdog's a good friend of mine. They put him in jail, and they put him in with Mexican Mafia while he was in there. You know what I mean? Just to rough him up, just because of who he is, going to jail. You know what I mean? Sure. They made him wipe his ass with his socks. I mean, just the what they would do to us if they had a chance to put all of us auditors and cop watchers in jail. It's straight retaliation, because they know whenever there's no cameras around, they're going to do whatever they want. And we have to worry about that. We shouldn't be worried about the cost, but we should be worried about the situation they put us in after they put us in cuffs. Just like DMA, there's no reason for the hand squeezing. It's a peaceful protest. There's no reason to get violent, and they're going to. Why? Because again, they get away with it.
Well, they're punishing you before you're found guilty or innocent.
Right. It is guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah, they just proved you guilty. They just called you guilty and treated you as guilty, and they're giving you the sentence. The sentence is, we're going to rough you up, put you in chains, and put you in a cage. And they just did it.
Yeah.
And then people get upset because they're throwing away bail. And they always point out, all right, they're pointing out all the worst case scenarios. Oh, they let a convicted killer out of jail because there's no. Well, you know what? That's not why they got rid of bail. They got rid of bail because of the hundreds of thousands of people getting thrown in jail for nothing. And you're putting this one guy in here on the camera saying, oh, well, look at this bad guy they let go because of this. No, take a look at the 20, 30,000 people that didn't have to spend a weekend in jail away from their family before they even found guilty or a speeding ticket or something like that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Exactly. It's kidnapping to the fullest. It really is. It's kidnapping. If you look at the definition of kidnapping, everything that they do is straight kidnapping. Everything that the law says about kidnapping, they do that as well. You know what I mean? And like I said, there's two major problems, and I sound like a broken record, but it's qualified immunity, and it's officers not reporting other officers for doing something wrong.
Well, this is the action that we have to take in order to resolve this problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like here in Cobb County, like if a cop arrests you and throws you in jail when it's obvious you're innocent, what you have to do while you're sitting in jail, one of your friends has to go to the magistrate court and fill out a warrant for the arrest for kidnapping on that police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have the same arrest power as the cop, and people don't realize this. You could arrest someone the same way a cop arrests someone. That power is not special to just the cops.
Well, yeah. And also what you're talking about too, I've been digging in and I've been trying to get it out there a lot more. Not only is the Second Amendment to protect us from the government, from government, it says clearly in the law, it's not only that, it's whenever we have a right to stand our ground, no matter what. That's in all 50, not all 50 states agree with it, but we have a stop and stand your ground here in Louisiana. If they touch you unlawfully, just like you said, we're allowed to detain them just like they detain us. Until we break the law, they have no power over us. And that's where I've been trying to push. I think that will help the make or break too. People need to, they're going to slap you with resisting, but at the same time, if you could actually get it to go to court, it's the only thing you're doing is stopping. You're going to stop and stand your,
Is what's going to happen. You're going to get clubbed is what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So
actually, even if it doesn't become physical, the end result is they wage lawfare against you. They attempt to impoverish you to a point where you can no longer seek redress against your government officials because you've had to pay into the system so much on petty bullshit that you can no longer afford to go to the Supreme Court or anything else along those lines.
Occasion. Did you see my last video when I went to the public safety building? I meant to go make an appointment to go see my commissioner. I did nothing wrong. I literally just walked in there. I asked the front desk person, hey, I'd like to make an appointment to see my commissioner. And then comes in Randy Crater, lying through his teeth again, and gets his buddy Brian to come tell me I have to leave or I'm going to get arrested. I did nothing wrong. I literally walked in there like a regular person, asked the desk person to make an appointment, and then Brian threatened to arrest me if I didn't leave. Watch that video. It was insane.
Same stuff. Power tripping. Power tripping is that's all that's happening. We're not breaking no laws. We're not breaking. We're breaking policies and stuff like that, not law.
No, well, that guy, Brian, who they got to try to arrest me, I pulled his human resource records. He was found guilty by internal affairs of excessive force on an inmate where he assaulted the inmate, beat his head in.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Beat his head in. Yeah, that one I think it is.
Yeah, it
beat
is.
his head in, and all they did was suspend him for 8 hours. And I'm trying to figure out why was he allowed to still be a cop after internal affairs found him to use excessive force. It says it right in the documents, and I printed them, and I have it on the. I'm going to do a video on it. He was found guilty by internal affairs. They didn't report it as a crime and just suspended him for 8 hours for assaulting an inmate. Yeah. No, it's so bizarre.
We lost AJ.
Yeah, she hasn't been feeling good.
Oh, the reason we have the Second Amendment is because of people like AJ.
Careful.
She knows I'm joking.
Well, she has the Second Amendment too, is my point.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a good point.
Be real careful. All right, so
get a knock at my door.
This is the arrest that NC Tyrant Hunter experienced at the hands of these low-rent petty tyrants. What I refer to as La Petite Tyrant, which is French for little tyrant. Waka waka.
He don't care. He don't care that it's illegal to do that.
Credibility would be in just answering a simple question. If you were an officer,
like
you
what?
would know that. I know that.
Answer what question?
I'm not looking at you, which means I'm not talking to you.
But I'm free to talk.
You gave me, I'm giving back to you.
I'm
now.
a free American, dude. I can talk when I get ready. Well, I'm telling you what to do. You're not my dad. How about that? Let me finish what I was saying. You can finish when I get done.
Bam. You gotta love this guy. You know?
This is NC Tyrant Hunter. I'm at the North Carolina Army National Guard, 3rd Battalion, 20th Special Forces. Let's see if they respect their right to record out here on the side of the road in public. Got the building over there. There's some people working in them little huts or whatever they call them, barns, buildings. See if they respect their right. I want to take this time to thank all my subscribers and all the ones that watch my videos. I really, really, truly appreciate you. And without you guys, without the donations and the views on my video, I wouldn't be nothing without you guys. Just want to throw out a thank you. My channel's growing pretty good because of y'all. Owed all to you guys, man. Without you guys, I am nothing. Nothing but a guy out here with a camera.
Disagree.
You make me relevant.
Even if he didn't have a camera, he would be doing some shit to annoy the piss out of folks. Something. He'd be doing something. Because he'd find something that's stuck in his craw and he'd go chew on it. Much like you, ATL. You'd find
pretty much.
Too. You got a good bone to chew on, though. You got. I want to thank you for having donuts instead of chips. Sounds better, much better.
I mean popcorn.
Oh, is that what that is?
Popcorn.
It's all blurry when you're shoving it in your mouth.
Well, you can't eat one kernel at a time. I have to eat it in bundles, you know?
Okay. You're good, dude.
You make me want to get out here and do it every day. Which
that's what I told my wife, but she said she was sore.
And I get out here as much as I can. Thank you, guys.
But he's out now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's out. He just did his appeal. Yes, Denison, he lost his appeal. He has 12 months supervised probation, has had his Second Amendment abbreviated, and for this crime, for what we're watching what he was convicted for, and I'm trying to figure it out. Because I'm pretty sure I watched this live.
Come over here and say something or not.
And I don't think there's
I guess not.
Nothing. None of that.
Well, he didn't have a lawyer, I don't think.
Do you have a lawyer?
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I feel lucky because lawyers, like here in Louisiana, I've been searching for 3 months and haven't found one that will take on the state.
Right.
He's looking like, what the frig are they doing out here? What are they
I'm actually having to reach out to Texas lawyers to get
What are
one.
they doing out here with camera?
My cousin Marie is a constitutional lawyer up in New York. She's a West Point graduate.
All right.
That's good. I'm sure her caseload is full. You know what I mean?
Oh, she don't talk to me.
Did we ask for help?
I don't talk to my family.
I can't
They don't
remember.
like me.
I can't remember what the actual charge that they convicted him of. I think it was disorderly conduct.
I believe it was trespassing, if I'm not mistaken, because he was showing that he was still on a city easement. And
Yeah, I think it was trespassing.
Yeah, it was trespassing.
That makes more sense.
But they never gave him a chance to leave.
Yeah, that's a private residence over there.
So you feel like it's more appropriate to film in Armory?
Today, absolutely. At this time, yeah.
At this time?
Yep.
Okay. Where y'all from?
It don't matter where we're from, man.
It don't?
Nope. I'm from Jupiter. Yep.
Well, that's a really
I guarantee it.
I absolutely love Jeff. Can I help you? Yeah, I need a Dr. Pepper. Can you get me a cheeseburger and some fries? What are you doing? Cooking cookies. You want some? We from Jupiter. It don't matter, man.
You see what? What are you seeing?
You're here wanting some attention.
No,
And that's okay.
no, we're not wanting attention. We want to be left alone and let us do our job.
No, that's not the case. And I think you and I both know that.
No, it is the case. If they hadn't called you, we would have been here 10 more minutes probably. It would have been gone.
Well, they have a reason to be concerned.
Absolutely. I would be concerned if they wasn't concerned. Okay. Absolutely.
All right. Well, here's the deal. You're parked on the city easement. Shit.
Absolutely.
Fill in your bingo cards. He just dropped one of them. Here's the deal. Cop speak, man. You gotta love it.
Which is 100% legal.
Okay. Let's see, I do.
You're not getting it.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute. Go ahead and get them, man. My shit's been run so many times.
Sit here all you want to.
I know I am.
Yep.
You can get them, man. My shit's been run so many times.
Sit here all you want to.
So the cop feels important right now.
You think I'm scared of you running my tag? If I was worried about that, would I be parked right here?
That's why he slowed that part down, because he showed that cop saying that he was allowed to be there.
But the cop specifically
you think
told
I'm worried
him,
about you running my tag?
Hold up. The reason he slowed that down is that cop just told him, you can sit here as long as you want to.
Yep.
You can't, because he's going to go and run his tag and then try to pin something on him. I hate these people.
And what they put on him is the same thing that he just told him he was allowed to be there doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're literally looking for, they're thinking of something to charge him with. I mean, that's insane. I mean, it's just insane.
Well, first, the license plate was covered, but he actually got down and removed the cover to run it. That seems like a Fourth Amendment violation right there. I mean, he wasn't driving the vehicle. It wasn't active in any form of anything. There's no crime taking place, so there's no reason to identify this gentleman at this point.
That's that ego tripping power that they think they have.
That's that ID crack. That ID crack gets them in all kinds of trouble, man. I don't understand where the ID crack comes from, but they got to have that crack, dude. They got to get
because they're briefed every time before they go out on patrol to get everybody's ID. They're briefed daily on that.
That's right. And what happens in their imaginary world when someone doesn't go along with the program?
You get put in handcuffs. Yeah.
Let's find out.
Honest with you, it don't make a difference to me whether you're worried about it or not. Yeah. I see. Look, you want a reaction.
No, I want you to leave us alone. That's what I want to do. I want you to leave us alone.
Okay. I do. Go ahead.
So now they're just making up the scenario, the narrative. You want a reaction. You want us to do this. You think this. You think that.
Well, he straight up told him, I just want you to leave me alone.
I go all over the state.
But the jury is going to hear, that he just wanted to start something.
Everywhere did I need to go? If I do, it's all right, though, right? You're going to be a YouTube star now. Yeah. So look for yourself on there in a couple of days.
I sure will. I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, acting like a jerk. Yeah, you're a jerk, and I'm going to put you on there like a jerk. Absolutely.
What have I done for you?
Why you ask for ID? Knowing good and well you're not getting one, right? If you know what we're doing, you shouldn't even got out your car. So you're the idiot today.
No, that's not how this works, bro.
That's absolutely how it works.
That's not how this works.
No. What is your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number?
We don't have badge numbers.
Okay, what's your name there?
Master Officer Bachelor.
Master Officer Bachelor.
Like the TV show.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. All right, you're gonna be famous.
Like the TV show. Master.
There you go. You got it today, cuz.
Hold on. Master Officer Bachelor. That sounds awful contrived. Who was his parents? Those terrible people. Which one's his name? Master, Officer, or Bachelor?
It could be Master Sergeant.
Well, he said Master Officer.
Master Corporal.
Well, is there a Master Corporal? I know there's a Master Sergeant.
In the military, so I don't know about the police.
There's a Master Sergeant, 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah.
That's the highest before you get into the.
Is that this particular day, I guess? So.
Yeah, that's the first rank under the a commanding sergeant, first sergeant.
Well, no.
That would be 3 up, 3 down with a diamond.
Hold on, bud. Hold on. It doesn't matter what he films. What matters is where his feet are. You can film anything you can see from public.
From public, yeah.
If his feet are in public, his eyes or camera cannot be trespassed.
They must create their own privacy.
Right. So now if he walks over across the line over yonder and steps on property, they have to ask him to leave. Then they can trespass him if he doesn't leave. But what's happened is they've abbreviated the trespassing charge from being asked to leave and refusing to just being asked to leave, and you're trespassed and you go to jail. And that's not how that's supposed to work. That's not the way the law reads at all.
At all.
Talking about you know what we doing. If you know what we're doing, why are you so stupid? Yep. Look at this idiot right here. Look at this idiot. He thinks he's gonna find something.
Hey, get away from my car.
Oh hell no! You on a public easement? We can film that car all day, every day.
I'm gonna tell you one more time to get away from my car.
I'm gonna tell you, we right here. We can be around this car.
Look at that man's swagger. Oh my God. He learned to do that from a cripple. There is no other way you get that type of swagger. Did that man break his back or his pelvis?
He could have a heat rash on his thighs. What's that called? Chafing?
Yeah.
He thinks he's gonna find something.
Where's it at? Where's my gear at? Good God, man.
He looks like he's in a movie.
Yeah, he thinks he's in a movie. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. You get this in movies. This isn't real. And look, each step, he stretches it out a little bit further, turning it from walking over there into something of a charge. Kind of like a bear.
That's a man that thinks he's in charge.
He absolutely knows he's in charge and ain't gonna hear nobody say otherwise.
Hey, stop being a tyrant. Stop being a tyrant. Okay. Stop being a tyrant.
Yeah, he's got DMX playing in his head. You're right.
Joseph Sherry.
Yep. Good luck with that, brother.
You want to be a jerk? We can be jerks too.
Sorry, I can't hear you because you're agitating the dog.
There it is. That's where they got him. Him barking at the dog, intentionally aggravating the dog.
Yeah.
They consider that
the dog, yeah.
piece and trespass. Now, child trespass works, I'm not sure on this point, but officially that would be in breach of an ordinance or a law. And that would give you the right to trespass or the ability to trespass at that point. But it depends kind of on where you're at and what reason the interaction took place. From my perspective, this cop's here agitating. He's instigating.
With his mask on, yeah.
Yeah, he's over here poking at him. He's got his dog over there. And now Jeff's done got tickled with the dog. He'd rather talk to the dog than the cop.
Well, that makes more sense.
Well, yeah, the dog does make more sense.
Yeah.
Woo!
You didn't know there was a dog in there?
You don't have canine rope nowhere on here.
Are you blind or something?
You don't have it on your damn uniform, smart ass.
Are you blind?
Evidently. Man, you're gonna look good on YouTube today.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, you are.
Just listen to the way the cop's talking. How professional is that? You know what I mean?
You might get some complaints. You might get some complaints from the neighbor.
Hey, if you went to a freaking hotel and you checked in and the man behind the counter had that type of attitude, his ass would be fired.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you went to a restaurant and your host had that type of an attitude, his ass would be fired.
Well, and see, the funny thing about all that, cops are trained in de-escalation and they still can't do it.
If you went to a construction site and the site manager had an attitude like that, he might get promoted. That doesn't seem fair.
I'm standing right here.
My dog.
That dog is fine. Where he's at?
You're not. Go that way.
I'm over 10 feet away from you, cuz.
No, you're not.
Are you dumb or stupid? Which one?
I can do whatever you want.
Exactly. And that's where I'm going to put you as, too.
That's fine.
Uh-oh. Here's trouble.
Yeah, professional thugs for sure.
Back up.
Nope, not at all.
Coward. A tyrant coward, what that is.
See, they're getting ready for the arrest. They're getting ready for the arrest.
Let me get your name, sir.
Calm down, man.
I don't need to calm down. I'm fucking calm, dude. I mean, come on. I heard that. Hey, how about you kiss it?
Oh, wow.
How about that?
He got about one more fucking time. What did he say exactly?
Some of these. Calm down, man.
I don't need to calm down. I'm fucking calm, dude. I mean, come on.
He got about one more fucking before he goes.
I heard that.
Oh, he got about one more fuck before he goes to jail. That's what he said.
Can't be out here cussing you.
Hey, how about you kiss it? How about that?
Listen, man.
How about that? How about that, though? Did you hear what I said? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? You speak English? That's what I thought.
They already decided that they were going to arrest him at this point.
To go around with cameras.
I think they're just waiting. They're just waiting for a cue from their headquarters to do it. They might be on the line with their lawyer.
And you gave it
or
to
something
us.
like that. They're just waiting for the okay to do it.
You know what we're doing? Why are you still here? What's your name, sir?
Officer.
That one. You're not going to identify? Ain't that in your policy?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, what is your name?
You talking to me?
Absolutely.
One thing that's for absolutely certain. I refuse to talk to masked men with guns. I will not hold business with them. I'm not holding truck with them, none whatsoever. If you have a masked man with a gun, that is a criminal.
Pretty much.
In Georgia, we have laws against wearing masks in public.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because of that whole white supremacy thing.
Yeah. I hear you, brother.
Absolutely. Am I looking at you?
I can't really tell.
Okay, well, you need to take the glasses off then. Officer what?
I'm Officer Rowland. What's your name?
Roland. Puddentane.
What's your name?
Puddentane.
Listen, in the state of North Carolina, if you don't give me personal
listen to what he says it.
Dude, I know my rights. Lock me up for failure to ID would be a bad move on you, Big Daddy.
No.
North Carolina ain't got no ID statute. No, they don't. Read it to me. Read it to me then. Give me 6 feet. You ain't got no mask on.
What is your name?
He's already got my name.
I'm asking you.
You're not. I'm not telling
you. wanted to talk slick a minute ago. What's your name?
Can you back away from me?
I cannot. What's your name?
Well,
You're about to get locked up. Tell me your name.
Get locked up for
We're not giving his name.
I'm gonna lock you up
for not idea.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
On both of these cameras, you're gonna get locked up for not telling me who you are.
He knows
this
who
is
I
the
am.
last time I'm gonna ask
He
you.
knows who I am.
need it.
He's got my name.
I need that ID.
It's no ID statute. I'm gonna sit tight. Am I detained? Are you detaining me? And then I'm free to stay. I'm free to stay. And I'm free to stay then. You a tyrant. You a tyrant. I know what you are. You a tyrant. You a tyrant. That's what you are. You're gonna look good on YouTube today.
I might be a little out of date. because back when I was training dogs for these folks, they might have had a little bit of different laws, different rules, but I'm almost positive that dog is supposed to be in a kennel carrier, not just locked in the back of his car.
And you know what? They're not supposed to be barking like that either. I doubt if that's a normal dog because trained dogs don't bark like that.
Well-trained dogs don't. Some dogs are spastic. And if you turn a well-trained dog over to a bad handler, it will become a bad dog.
Yeah.
And you know, I've done a lot of cop watching, and every unit that I passed by that's had a canine in it has barked. Every single one of them.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that.
That's not good. That dog should be unerringly interested and never make a sound about it.
Until the dog has been given an order, it should not be doing a damn thing but sit there.
Maybe vibrating a little bit.
Waiting for the order.
Waiting for the order on the very edge. Yes, sir.
He's gonna lock me up for FHID. Is he crazy? Some Clarence up this way in North Carolina, ain't he?
He stopped him because he knew.
Yeah, I know. You don't want to do that. There's another one.
This is my boss you were asking for.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Obliged, sir.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Nice to meet you, Jeff. I sure wish I had all the time in the world to go around.
I do. I got all day long, Captain. Yeah, on. Finding tyrants like you.
Now they're talking about the arrest they're going to make, whether they're going to do it or not. They have already talked to their lawyer and to the town supervisor. Now they're going to take action.
They've already sat there and asked, okay, so what is he doing? If you run his tag, yeah, I'll run his tag. You run his VIN, yeah, I'll run his VIN. Did he come back with anything? No, sir. I don't have anything. Is he causing a problem of some kind? Well, I just don't like him filming the armory, so we need to figure something out over here. He won't identify. No, that you have identified him. Yes. All right, well, go over there and see if you can provoke him and get him
exactly.
to do something we can arrest him for. Good luck. We'll see how it turns out.
You just pressed on. Yes, I do. You just pressed up on me, trying to intimidate me. It don't work.
How am I? You're not intimidating me either, buddy.
I'm not trying to.
Okay. So how am I a tyrant?
Because you pressed up on me, talking about arresting me for failure to ID.
Which I'm going.
When there's no such statute in North Carolina.
There is.
What is it? What is it then? What is it? You tell it to me.
I'm telling you.
I know the laws in North Carolina.
You apparently don't, sir.
Evidently, I do. That's why you're a tyrant, because you know there's no statute. You just hope I don't know.
No, that's an act.
That is absolutely true, 100%.
This whole arrest is over that cop being butthurt. There is no other way to look at
Yes.
this. No other way.
Yes.
No other way of looking at it at all.
Correct.
You can ask for ID if we're suspected of a crime or have committed a crime.
He knows.
You're wrong.
Yeah, okay.
You're both wrong. Done this 100 times.
If he was wrong, then he would have arrested him by now.
No, we can. Hey, if you want to be a tyrant, and arrest me for failure to ID, go ahead. Yeah, he don't care. He don't care that it's illegal to do that.
Credibility would be in just answering a simple question. If you were an officer,
Like
you
what?
would know that
Answer what question?
I'm not looking at you, which means I'm not talking to you.
But I'm free to talk.
You gave me, I'm giving back to you.
I'm a
now.
free American, dude. I can talk when I
get
get
what
ready.
I'm saying?
I heard you.
But I'm going to treat you the same way you treat me, buddy.
You come up on
That don't
me.
have anything to do
You
with
pressed
North
up on
Carolina
me.
General
You pressed up on me. I didn't
pressed up on
approach you.
anything.
Dude, it's on camera.
I asked you for your name.
No, you pressed up on me. You
Listen,
got a
this
feet.
right here
You got
ain't
a foot.
pressed up
No,
on
you was
see
a
this?
foot from
I'm
me.
doing the same thing again.
You was a foot
This
from
is
me.
where I was a minute ago.
And you need
I'm
to give
doing
me
the
No, he
six.
wasn't.
You don't have no mask on.
What general statute is that?
That's not a statute.
Okay, it's not law.
Stop pressing up on me,
He can't
man.
step
Stop
up
pressing
on
up
it.
on me.
He can't stop himself. He's
No,
like,
like I said, the ego's gone. His ego is completely out the window.
Even as he's saying it, he's stepping forward again and again.
Well,
Do that
that's
to them
to
and
get
watch.
him onto the property. That's to get him onto the property.
Yeah, they're backing him into it. This is straight up intimidation and then criminalization of his own intimidation. This is ridiculous.
Hey,
welcome
cuz,
to
you need
America.
to come get this dog over here.
We're looking for people who have an ego like you have.
Exactly.
You don't have any ego, man. You
Absolutely.
No, I don't. You do. If I don't have an ego, you have a worse ego or better ego. I have a better ego. You have a worse ego. I'm confused with myself. I'm
He's a
going to
man
go
child, that's all.
what I said.
See, well, what they're doing is they have one guy intimidating and agitating them while the other two stand back and observe for him to do something wrong.
Hey, 801 Life. Welcome to the show, The Lurker. Good to see you, bud. Judd, welcome back.
That's nasty what they're doing. You have to remember, you got two guys watching in the back while this guy is up here agitating the situation and escalating. You got the two guys in the back sitting there watching.
There's another one over here to the right.
Yeah.
He showed up and has yet to be on camera that I've been able to determine, but the car pulled up a few minutes ago. It was on camera. It pulled up and didn't go by. So it's still right over here somewhere.
Wait. There's three cars.
There's
You're saying-
there's this one, and then there's the other two. But just before he stopped talking over there and started talking over here, another SUV pulled around the corner up there. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Never came any further. He's still sitting over there somewhere. Now, whether it was a unmarked car or just somebody that pulled in was like, screw that and left, I don't know. I haven't seen the other. There should be another cop or two over here to the right.
Sir, can you come get your dog?
No, sir, he's not a dog. He's not.
Yeah.
You know that.
Dude, I'm not.
He's acting like a tyrant right now.
This is not what tyranny.
No, it ain't sorry. If you were sorry, you would quit him from doing it.
He's not doing anything wrong.
He's not. He's not intimidating. He's not pressing up on me. He's not impressing up on. No, I don't get intimidated by
All
tyrants.
right, so now we got the one cop going to the other guy, and then the new guy comes up to Jeff.
That's
They're doing a rotation. They're doing a rotation.
I'm understanding what we're trying to get through to you. So maybe he's
Well, how about you understand what I'm trying to do? I'm trying
Divide
to
and conquer. Divide and conquer.
You're out here looking for a reaction.
If I was looking for, you sure gave it to me, didn't you?
I have.
So that means you're an idiot. That means you're an idiot, not me.
Right now, they're separating them. They made the decision. They observed. They made the decision. Now they're separating them.
And this guy here don't even know the law.
And you think that you do?
Oh,
You know it better than he does, evidently. Talking about it.
now they're going to have the meeting.
I know. I know the law, sir.
The handoff.
Better than you.
Get out of the street. Get out of the street.
Suddenly, whoa.
Well, you can't go over there and listen to what they have to say.
Get out of the street. It's unsafe in the street. But y'all been standing in the street for 25 minutes, brother. Y'all have half this street blocked off and both sides of the avenue over here obstructed. There wasn't nearly a problem until you showed up and brought your friends. It's almost like gang activity.
You can't be in the street. Lock you up for it.
See, there's another tyrant.
Listen, man. I don't care what kind of law. Now you're standing on city property.
Get out of the street. My God. They got nothing better to do. All the fentanyl, all the illegal aliens coming into the country. And these guys want to mess with these guys. We're standing in the street.
Pathetic.
Go ahead, sir. Hey, this guy's got something he wants to say.
I'm on the easement. It's not your property.
Sir, you either on state property or you on city
It's an easement. It's what it is. I got.
Easement is city property.
I know, which I'm like.
Okay,
I'm
then you've been
entitled.
asked to leave.
I'm entitled to be.
I know that guy. I've seen him before.
Yeah, he has he's bald and he's a cop.
Oh, I know who he is. He was the same fat cop that came up and messed with NC Tyrant Hunter and Upstate Audits. I know it was just MC Tyrant Hunter. He was like,
was he chewing tobacco?
Oh, you got to get out of the road. These semis are coming by real fast. All but tried to wrestle him into the freaking ditch. I think he did wrestle him into the ditch. Ain't that the same guy?
I don't know.
Hold on, I'll go find it.
Be right here.
You've been asked to leave.
Sir, if you want to be a tyrant, you can be a tyrant too.
Leave the property.
Or what?
Course of recall is to be charged with trespass.
How you gonna trespass me for public property? I'm talking to this man right here. Hang on, calm down a little bit. Newton, is it Newton? Newton.
Yeah, the cop's not worried about the law. He's going to say, "Oh well, he just told me to do it."
Can I talk? Can I talk?
It's that simple.
You bound
They added a middleman.
Get your truck and go.
So y'all gonna arrest me for being on public property?
You're gonna arrest you for trespass.
Sir, what is this? This is on public. This is
state property.
It goes from 15. It goes from 15 to the center.
Better go check the ordinance.
I'm telling you, it does. 15 from the center line.
You need to go check it again.
Learn the law before you try to teach me.
I know the law. I know it better than you and you.
All you got to do is leave.
I'm leaving. I said.
Are you sure?
I'm leaving.
No.
I said I was leaving.
Lay it in there.
I will.
I had no intention of letting them men walk away.
No.
They already had them surrounded.
Yeah.
How do you go from standing on an easement to being on state property? Whether you're on state property or county property, either way, you're being asked to leave.
It's public property. It's public property.
Public property in both cases, actually. Now, yes, you have restricted areas on the armory.
Yeah, and they're not in a restricted area. Yeah.
But I have yet to see a fucking armory. All I've seen is a bunch of cops. It might be back at the beginning of the video.
Yeah, in the beginning they have the. Well, actually, was it their building or was it just the driveway you saw?
All I saw was a driveway and like a little outline of a building or a little guard shack or something. I don't know what it was. I was talking about being a shed or a barn or something.
But it's an armory. It isn't like it's anything special. There ain't nothing in that armory.
And it's just they were all raising their voices. They wanted them to escalate back and to do something.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like my Ascension Parish video, Squatch. You remember that? That cop was yelling at me, telling me to calm down.
He did everything he could to try to trigger you.
That is the perfect example of what we're talking about right now. You know what I mean? He was yelling at me the whole time, telling me to de-escalate. That's a crazy video. You know what I mean? That just shows. Yeah, and a lot of people haven't seen that. You know, and they need to.
I might go dig that one up later. I'm sorry.
Hey, not to get off top, but is AJ okay?
Yeah, she's been in and out of the hospital past week or two doing like fluids because you know how it be sometimes when you get a little sick. So
she got like a bad flu or COVID?
I think she's got what we had.
Okay.
Just the same way, you know, it hit you real hard. It got me bad enough that I lost my voice, but she's younger than both of us, so you know.
So was it COVID or is that what you had?
Oh no, I had a flu.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I never did get tested. I don't care about that shit. That's none of your business nor mine. That's God's choice, I suppose.
I had a lung infection.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I went down like a sack of salt for about 2 days, dude. Felt like I needed a snorkel.
But it's not uncommon, I guess, in Georgia to get them.
Yeah, no, in Georgia, it's very common. Actually, people who move here from other parts of the country have a 20% chance of a lung infection in the first 2 years.
Yeah, it's a real humid environment.
What causes that down there?
Mildew and fungus and mold. It takes a little while to get a grip on it for your immune system to catch up because it's so humid here all the time.
There's no. I'm from upstate New York, and there was always a constant. There's no wind down here. The air is very stagnant.
It is even with
always
wind,
stagnant.
it's just more stagnant air moving across you. That's not great either.
Yeah, it's like you never get like a really in upstate New York. You always got a nice breeze. Always a nice breeze. All the trees like tilted one way. There's always a nice breeze.
Andrew, good to see you. Cheryl, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I hope she gets better.
Well, she's strong. Stunning and brave too.
Hang on, let me put this up.
I know it's state property. He's in charge of the state property. Just ask me to leave it.
This is public property, sir.
This is state property. This is city property.
I know what it is.
You've been asked
It's an
by
easement. It's an easement.
You've been asked by both to
You can't trespass me from public property.
We're doing it right
It's
now.
public property.
No, it's state property and it's city property.
That means it's our property.
Public property. Why is it the cops don't think that state or county property is public property?
We didn't break no law.
Hey, big guy, too flexible.
Good night. I have to go, guys. Have a good night.
Do that too. Can't believe you're going to arrest us for trespassing.
Well, you had your opportunity.
I told you I was leaving. I told you I was leaving. Undo the cuffs and we'll take off.
No, you had your opportunity.
All right.
You don't know. That's not how this works.
All right. That's cool.
I'm putting this fault to your camera back here also.
Fuck the police. I like that sign.
It says fuck bad police
No,
on the
it
other
says
side.
fuck
On
the
the other
police.
side. So y'all read that? Y'all read that and said,
Do you
"Oh,
have
I'm
the key
gonna
to your
get him."
vehicle?
Yes, it's in my pocket.
Okay, which pocket?
I don't give you consent to go
I
in my
don't give a
pocket.
shit.
You're under arrest.
I
You
didn't
don't
ask
need
for consent.
I'm trying to be nice and lock your vehicle up so it's secure, sir.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
It's in the bottom one down.
I appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, bro.
That's all right. That's why you're in trouble. Oh, please don't throw my property.
We told you to leave and just leave.
Come on,
We
man.
don't have opportunity not to go the way that it's going. We don't have to leave. Well,
You're
I
on
guarantee you're going to be going from here in just a couple of minutes. And I bet we come back too. You're more hard-headed than I thought. Yep, my friend's a master. I don't care who your friend is. Two of them are masters.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Turn this way. Let's get back up. This is cold.
Indy Pond, Raven County. Be sure that goes in your complaint now. That I'm looking out for your well-being. Bruce Conway is current. I don't care about card rating. Come on with me.
We put all this stuff in your truck for you?
Can I have my
Is that
cell
for
phone?
your phone and your wallet?
Yeah.
Sure, be glad to do
I
that for
appreciate
you.
it. Wallet in there. So I got money in it.
Can you get it with your handcuffs on?
Maybe. I might can get it. I'm not 100% on that.
I'm not gonna let you dig around.
Okay, that's
myself.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. I just got money in it. I got a wallet with money in it in case I need to bail out.
Fair. Good idea.
You got a preference as to who you want to get your vehicle?
I'd rather come back to get it.
Well, I don't know. That's
We
what
can
they're
bond
asking right this moment.
I know. Can't we bond out and come back and get it?
Well, that depends. That's what
Okay,
or
that's
not
fine.
you meet the bond or not. That ain't
Yeah, I
determined by me.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Cemetery 76.
I'm disabled, man. I got to sit down for a second. Okay. Right, this didn't have to go this way.
You're right.
Well,
All you have to do was leave.
and we'll take off, man.
You made the point. No, sir. I asked you 3 times,
I was backing up.
and the commander of the unit asked you to leave. No, you
I was
weren't.
trying to talk to you. I was talking to you.
No,
the
you
whole
weren't.
time.
I know you were talking, not leaving.
But
There's a
I was
difference.
trying to get clarification.
Sir, there's a difference between
Okay,
talking and
all right,
leaving, right?
I was trying to get clarification.
There's a difference between talking and leaving.
All right. But I was absolutely trying to get clarification. I said I need this. And then you grabbed it.
Well, you're going to leave and not come back, but
Okay.
that's not going to be the way that you'd like for it to be at this
Hey,
point.
I can take this too. I can take the rest.
Okay.
I'm prepared to do that.
Is your tailgate locked with the?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Hey, Rusty. Welcome to the show, bud.
I'm gonna come back. We got an Uber or something back here.
Well, that depends.
Okay.
When you can be hard pressed to get a little bit
Well, tag team, something.
Link's pinned to the top if you want to come up and talk about something. Or wait, no, that's NC Tire Hunters link. It'll be pinned back to the top in just a minute.
Can you get my phone out so I can like text my wife right quick?
You can get to it when you get to the station.
Okay.
You ain't gonna be
Crooks on patrol. Cops.
Well, not. Curtis probably set him up front in this car. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Hey, Clean Bird. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. See where we at. Right there. Check that one out. Get rid of that. SATL's not arrest, but his disagreement with some folks. They basically just walk out and said, "You can't film in here. Get out." If I don't leave, am I going to be arrested? Yes. All right, then I'll leave. But if I remember right, yeah, good to see you, darling. Okay, let me do this thing. I need this button, that button, some other buttons. If we get enough buttons together, we got a show. Button, 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 button.
I'm going to step up, man. I'll catch up with you guys later, okay? It's
All right,
nice
brother.
meeting you.
I appreciate you coming by. Tell everybody your channel name again.
I'm just Nova Scotia Grown. I don't have a channel.
Okay. Well, you do. You just don't use it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nova Scotia Grown
As a
61.
profile
Yeah.
of the channel.
Okay, guys. Take care. Peace.
Much love. Good to see you,
Yeah.
bud. 801 Life. Welcome to the show. Cemetery 76. Good to see you. So what have you been doing recently?
Same old stuff.
Yeah, I know. You'd be creeping in the dark, sneaking up on cops and stuff. You been teaching anybody else that ninja tactics?
No, it's a one of a kind technique.
It really is. You need to be careful. I mean, I know it's 1 million views when you get shot, but nobody wants to see it.
I agree 120%.
Well,
you've seen I've had guns pulled on me though, so
right. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I gotta give it to you, man. You stay pretty cool. You stay a bit cooler than maybe I could stay in those circumstances. My mouth will get to running off by itself, and the more nervous I get, the funnier I get.
Yeah. Well, that cop any wrong move. I already recognized that cop's move at that night. I knew if I did anything wrong, he would have shot me, and it would have been the end of it. My camera would have never been found.
The yearly ninja parade they have. No BS. There's a town somewhere, and I can't remember the name of the town off the top of my head. You can go look it up. They put it up every year on YouTube. But they supposedly have this ninja parade, and they don't actually have a parade. They just come out and sell hot dogs and stuff. Keep the street clear like somebody's walking down it. It's great fun. All right, he's trying. It's not working for him though. That's unfortunate.
I agree.
I can't let him up till I see something, But it looks like the rustic caveman's trying to come in. I'm just not getting it. I don't have any sound from him. Oh, okay. Nope. It almost happened. I saw a hat for a second, and then he left. Don't give up. No, I had him on the show a couple of nights ago, last week, I think, and I was stuck on Edisto Island, and I didn't have none of my gear, and so we just sat down and talked about stuff, I had some crazy idea. I might go back and try to edit it into something that looks like a show.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I might just have to invite him in for another try. Oh, yeah, dude. It's fine. I know how it is. I was having the same problem last time we got together. I was on the tail end of some signal out yonder. I'm surprised it came out as good as it does. It doesn't usually do that well up there. I was utterly impressed. Maybe they've improved the actual line out there.
Yeah.
It's like it's the nose show. Because everybody knows the nose. He has a cute little nose there. Perfect. You can get in somebody's business. Absolutely flawless.
That means that's brown nosing, right? So he's got a brown nose.
No. That's a totally different nose. It's more like Roxanne. Finally, a man who can please two women at once. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna go do me some cop watching tonight. I was gonna leave out here in about another 5 minutes. I got all my stuff charged up, so.
I hear you. I have these weird, like, multiple tabs that have generated in my Edge profile, and I have no idea how to stop it from doing it. It's weird. I'll set them all up separate so I can close them out separately, and before the end of the night, they start compiling themselves into like a list. I don't get it. I think it's because I'm touching them and stuff, and I end up moving it a little bit. Ninjas
So it starts another screen then.
because the samurai are out to kill them for their dishonor. Yeah, Ronins. Right.
It sounds good to me.
No, have you ever seen Ghost Dog?
Nope.
All right. You're not going to believe me. And when you watch it for the first 10 or 15 minutes, you're going to ask why I suggested you watch this movie. But it is not Cuba. It's not Cuba Gooding Jr. It's Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker plays a slightly touched individual who came across the what is it, Shinto Handbook or the Articles of Bushido or something. It has to do with the honor of being a samurai, and you have to have a lord. And so he goes and becomes a hitman for a mafioso that lives locally. A private hitman that no one else knows anything about. And he pulls the whole Bushido thing down with his guns, all the way down to cleaning them before he puts them in his holster, and little flourishes when he draws. He's got a shot where he draws and shoots in the same movement that's kind of reminiscent of the samurai draw.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a good movie. It's not even easy to watch, but if you watch it once, you'll be going, what the hell did I just watch? Go back and watch it again later, and things click into place, and you realize that this man is stark raving batshit crazy. He's a full-on sociopath, like an absolute serial killer, no joke.
Yeah. Nope. I don't think I've ever even heard of it. I don't think.
It's a good one. It's an old one too. It's like a late 90s pick, early 2000s maybe. Hell, it might be older than that. This Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai, I think. And it doesn't yeah, the Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. That's it. But yeah, I mean, he does the full Bushido treatment. He does the whole thing. What's up, Black Watch? Good to see you, bud. Appreciate you coming by. Smoking Auditor, I missed you earlier. I meant to call you out and I forgot. I've got this thing I'm fixing to turn on, but fair warning, bud. This is the other hour of something I started last night. So here, I guess here's my question. Do you want me to go ahead and start this bit up? And just start it out when you're ready.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, because this is the lost books of the Bible. Basically, who supposedly wrote them, who we think actually wrote them, and when they were or were not included in the Bible for whatever amount of time they might have been included.
And it's all just still hearsay because nobody's there to reference when that happened either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got some pretty good records in some parts of it. The Vatican's been religious about keeping records.
Yeah.
This and then
That's
relayed
no
to
joke.
Pilate. And then it says that the next day Pilate went to the temple to the Pharisees who persecuted Jesus and was like, hey, is that Jesus guy the real deal? And they open up the records and read them and are like, oh yeah, turns out that was God we killed. Whoops. The Acts of Pilate was found among Pilate's records, and according to the text at the end, it was dated to the 19th year of the reign of Tiberius, which lines up for the time this would have happened. And we know that the combination of the Gospel of Nicodemus and the Acts of Pilate were passed around a lot in the early days of the church. Now, if it was being passed around as a piece of true teaching or as just a piece of poetry, who knows? None of the early church members really make mention of it, and it's never defined as an exonerated divine word
Thank
of
you,
God,
Jonathan.
like several
That's
of the other books of the New Testament are.
quite
And again,
succinct.
I am not thinking less of it because of the idea that Christ raised souls out of hell. That is a belief that's held by a lot of different denominations and groups. And there is a brief mention in 1 Peter 3:18 and 19 that people think means Jesus went to hell and raised the souls. So again, not discrediting for that. But if we're talking about it from a logistic standpoint, or a logical standpoint, I should say, I don't think these two had the accounts that they mentioned. I don't think a lot of the fanfic moments, like the first soul entering into heaven and everyone like waving and smiling, or Pilate going to the people who killed Jesus and then being like, he is the Son of God. Why didn't I
That's a
think
good
of
one.
that? While very pretty, I treat this in the same way I do the Divine Comedy.
All right, bud. That's going to be your, it's fixing to roll over to your hour. You want to go out on top of the hour and I'll play you out?
Sure. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
You tell them what
Sorry,
you
I was
want,
gonna
brother.
stay free to begin with. Stay free. Don't let nobody run you over. You're free people. You should be free people. Don't let nobody tell you can't walk down the sidewalk. Don't let anybody tell you can't wear a red shirt or carry a camera.
Or eat broccoli on Tuesday. Oh, it's muted. That's a terrible effect.
To move the party somewhere a little bit more private, but you're all
Let's try
invited.
it better than that. I can do better than that. Let's try it again. All right.
Sorry. Good news, though. We're going to have to move the party somewhere a little bit more private, but you're all invited. Lorenzo will give you the details. Yeah!
Hey, she was a cutie in a sundress. I told her I just had to confess. I got a crush on you, darling. Them long tan legs got me falling.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got the rest of this to go over. I need to fix this right quick before we get too terrible far along. It's just much easier to do it while you're going than it is to try to go back and fix it later. That was a hard lesson learned, folks. Took me a little while. All right, so once we're done with this, I'm going to start the new Call of Duty game. I'm going to rearrange some crap on the screen, and we will be listening to A Christmas Carol because y'all chose to do so. That's where we're at.
That I don't think it is a true story by any means. It's just an interesting piece of poetry that I think you can glean something out of. But you know what Divine Comedy is? Fan fiction, just like the Acts of Pilate. You know, I was going to skip around, but after doing the infancy straight through and after starting the Passion, it would probably be really confusing, or, more confusing than it's already going to be, to like jump from Passion narratives to letters to infancy and whatever. So I'll just stick and run through the Passions, which means our next one.
Here's to you and here's to me, and may we never disagree. But if we do, to hell with you. Here's to me.
One is the Gospel of Peter. The Gospel of Peter is fascinating from a historical standpoint. We see several letters from early church fathers that will mention things like the Gospels of Perfection or the Holy Gospel of Antioch or what have you that have been completely lost to time. They've just disappeared off the face of the earth because they weren't as well preserved as several as these were, and especially not as much as the Bible. So we found several early letters that talked about the Gospel of Peter. And again, it was just assumed to be one of those books that have been lost to time. Until in 1886, when a French survey crew
Appreciate you
was
coming
doing
by,
an
Andrew.
expedition in Akhmim, Egypt, and found a transcript called the Gospel of Peter.
All right, so in the movie that was made about the fictional life of Hunter Biden, he has an assistant named Lorenzo that he pretty much blames everything on, and it's all, you get all your information from Lorenzo. Contact Lorenzo if you need me. Let Lorenzo know, and he'll tell me, or whatever it is. I think it's a chick actually, but I went and picked up that tidbit out of that movie, And I got a whole bunch of other stuff out of it too. Like the week it came out, and I can't remember what happened, but something else happened. Hey, Hammer Time, welcome to the show, bud. Something else happened that stopped me from finishing that project, and other people had done things very similar by the time I got back to it. And I've got all this stuff over here. Like I got this one tidbit. So put them up. Wrong one. That's not. That doesn't seem right. What kind of bullshit we got going on over here? Oh, that's not right. Let's see. What was it? I don't even know what that is. God's own drunk. Fucked up. Huh. That's really weird. Oh, I'm totally in the wrong file. Hold up. Where's it? Oh yeah, it's on my desktop. Yep. No, don't do that. Now, let's see if I can find it.
What about drugs?
Here.
What about drugs? Any pictures of you taking drugs? No. I've been clean for months. You have no idea. No one can fuck up the way that I fuck up. That's sad. I love my dad.
I was fiddling around with some stuff, figured that was kind of funny. Because I do love my dad. I know a lot of people have problems with their pops. And while me and my pops don't exactly jibe and get along, I ain't nothing on this earth I wouldn't do for him. And I can kind of respect Hunter Biden loving his father. That makes sense to me. That movie was really good. It was exceptionally well made, given the subject matter and the risk taken by the individuals involved. And that man does a flawless performance. It's so excellent. I did a full reaction recording on that movie, but my channel's not political. It doesn't fit. I went and did that. I can't remember who I had with me. It was either Jake or there's somebody with me. And we watched about 3/4 of it and then they left. Might have been Snark and Sass on there. Hold up. Let me rearrange some stuff. Might be able to do my thing with the thinginess over here. See more of that. There. Up a little bit more. Slot. This up. Nope. Wrong button. That one. Nope. Fuck. I hate my life sometimes. This is probably a lot easier sober too. Probably help out if I wasn't already drinking. Where's my... Yeah, is this the most interesting part of my show? Let me know in the comments down below. Check it out in the towel section. What is it they say? It's the image button. That. I got this. All right, slot. Hold it up a little more. Ooh, that's real close. It's not bad, actually. Might be able to turn the image back on. Yay, that's not terrible. Anybody hate that? Does this make your head hurt or anything? The actual square up yonder. makings. Wait, what did I miss? I'm sorry. Yes, no, I have. Don't get mad at me. I must have 60 or, like, no joke, 60 or 70 or more projects over here that are at some stage of completion because I haven't found the thing to finish it. Like, at one point in time, I was going to start a second channel based off of the format of memology. And I was going to do it a little bit different, memeing specific movies instead of going political. I was just going to go like every new series or whatever that happens, I was going to meme the shit out of it. That was my plan anyway. Oh, look at that. There we go. Let me see how it looks over here. Ew, that's kind of gross. I kind of don't like that. I don't like that. That's grody. Why does it look so gross to me? Oh, I know why it looks gross. Hold on. Let me fix. And then this. Goes there. Actually, I'm trying to think of it. I could probably pull this off. Oh yeah, my green screen's pretty good for that. That's not bad. Unfortunately, that would require me to put it at the top. This, back that out just a hair. That's not too bad. I think we can live with that. Y'all like that? I only lost 2 of y'all doing that freaking, yeah. I know, man. There's actually this this formula you can use to make your screen look pleasant to the eye, and I'm fully aware of it and stuff, but when it really comes down to it, it's all a layering process. And what's most important, the audio or the video? This gentleman is going to be showing you some stuff, and he's going to be talking about some stuff. And so I would like to have at least as much of that stuff visible as possible, right? So he's visible. He's perfectly visible. His entire, see, I could carry him all the way over to this corner like that. But if I do that, I don't know. It's not too bad. It's kind of weird, though. But all right. We can rock with it. All right. So I'm going to finish this video. Then while that's going on, I'm going to try to get this to actually do the game thing. There's a new game mode in Call of Duty, and I'm going to go check it out. I haven't looked at it. It's a raw view of it. And if I remember right, it's supposed to be like Rocket League. And so you got to drive vehicles, but it's a Call of Duty game. So I don't even know what that means exactly. So I'm going to drink some rum and I'm going to drive around, and drunk driving is what I like to do. I like drunk driving with you. Would you, I mean, honestly, would you rather, I could use Call of Duty on the background, but I'm actually trying to sort of do a reaction to the new game. It's only going to be available for like 2 weeks or whatnot, and I haven't looked at it at all. But my question is, which one of these things is most important in your opinion? Is it the discussion of the Apocrypha, or is it the Call of Duty bit? Because I'm going to have the Call of Duty bit muted, and I'm just going to let you hear me reacting to what's going on in the game. I don't think, I mean, I can turn it on so that y'all can hear crap in the game, but for the most part, it's going to be me getting blowed up by people because I don't have any friends. I'm a Sasquatch. Sasquatch travel in herds of one. So I'm going to try to ride around. Oh, no, sir. That's a Sublime song. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. I have nothing that's actually original, boo. The only thing that I've ever done that was original that I can think of off the top of my head, I wrote some poetry back in the day, and the Odin Seas bit was pretty original, I guess. Other than that, I've just been, glamping on everybody else's stuff. I'm aware of what I do, dude. I'm not ashamed of it. That's why I don't monetize my channel, because if I do, I'm basically going to be immediately hit for re-upload from 200 million channels that I've stolen from, essentially. Function. I mean, I know what it is. Tell me that you've actually charged. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. Yeah, no, I guess you're right. I do have the Nope song. You're correct. That is a good one. I kind of screwed the pooch on it. I got 7,000 views in 27 seconds. It was like 2 minutes or something. It wasn't no time. The very first update, it was blocked. Absolutely amazing. All right, let's light this candle.
Buried in the tomb of a 9th century monk, which the implications of that in itself are wild. But the fact that this thing was just considered lost, and then a tomb was opened, and a piece of paper that isn't believed to be the original, because this one, like I said, was written in the 9th century, it seems. It seems that it was even potentially transcribed by the monk himself, but it is a copy of a gospel that was apparently lost forever. And the gospel was not complete, and a lot of it had been weathered and eroded by time. However, it was a definitive piece of what was once believed to be at least known by the early members of the church. The section we do have is a retelling of the crucifixion that for the most part goes right in line with the other narratives of the Gospels. However, there's a few little mentions that I really like.
Let me tell you about a girl I know. Had a drink about an hour ago, sitting in a corner by herself in a bar in downtown hell. Heard a noise and she looked through the door. Saw a man she never seen before. Light skin, light blue eyes, a double chin, and a plastic smile. Well, her heart raced as he walked in the door. Took an empty seat next to her at the bar. Ran the cars parked right outside. How'd you like to go for a ride? And she said, wait a minute, I have to think. He said, that's fine, may I just buy you a drink? One drink turned into 3 or 4, and they left and got into his car. And they drove away someplace so far. That's a good one. I like that one.
So it says in the Bible that whenever Jesus died on the cross, that there was a great earthquake and a large storm, and the sun blacked out and all of that for several hours. And in the Gospel of Peter, it says that the reason that happened was that whenever they were removing Jesus from the cross and the bloody nails were pulled out that had the blood of the sinless Lamb of God, and they were dropped to the earth, that whenever the nail hit the earth cried out in agony. This gospel also slightly gives levity to Pilate. Like I said earlier, it's heavily debated if Pilate is responsible for the crucifixion or not, or at least if he's responsible in a spiritual sense. And this gospel kind of gives him alleviation because it says that Pilate wasn't the one who wanted Jesus dead. Instead, Herod demanded that Pilate kill Jesus. This isn't the Herod who tried to kill Jesus as the baby that everyone knows from the book of Luke. This is his son, also named Herod. The only other mentions that deviate from the Bible is it says the reason Joseph of Arimathea was able to convince Pilate to take Christ's body is because Joseph and Pilate were friends, which would make sense because Joseph, as mentioned earlier, was like a high-ranking member in Jerusalem society. So it seems that it was kind of a friend favor that allowed him to take the body of Christ. And it says that during the storm and earthquake, it was so dark that people had to hold lanterns and kept running into each other. And again, no way to verify if this was written by Peter. My guess would be no, because for one, Peter was the head of the early church. So if he wrote a gospel like this, I imagine they would have preserved it. it was probably written by someone years later, again, pretending to be Peter, or at least speaking from the potential perspective of Peter. But it seems to be another transcript of the crucifixion. And the fact it was found in the condition it was is incredible and gives a lot of ideas to how the scriptures, or believed to be scriptures, move throughout history. So I think it's very cool, and we're calling it historical. Next up, we have the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea. So with the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea, we have to talk about something not fun. So to start off, blasphemous, as it's nothing more than a work of medieval propaganda. To explain why, you need to know a bit of the history leading up to Jesus' crucifixion. Christianity and Judaism are the exact same religion up until Jesus. This is the reason you'll hear a lot of people refer to stories of the Old Testament as Judeo-Christian. We both believe in God and Jehovah and all of the prophets.
Don't take a
and
shot
the
with every
eventual
goal. That's
prophecy
going to
of
be
a
dangerous.
Messiah. The split between the two comes with Jesus Christ, as Christianity believes that he was the prophesied Messiah, and Judaism believes that he was not. So whenever Jesus said that he was the Son of God while he was here on earth, it was the leaders of Judaism, or the Pharisees, who demanded that he be executed. Now, while this fact has been misapplied throughout history, and a case we're going to talk about in a second, this in no way says anything against the Jewish people. And what we have to remember when we talk about that is Jesus and all of the apostles were Jewish as well. The Old Testament prophesied that the Savior would be born in Bethlehem, that he would be of the tribe of Judah, and Jesus, as well as everyone who joined him on his earthly ministry, were Jewish. It was a very big deal whenever, after Jesus went to heaven, Peter was the first one to witness to the Gentiles, or non-Jewish people. So whenever we talk about the Pharisees executing Jesus, it is not a matter of Jewish people executing a non-Jewish person. It is the religious leaders executing someone who they don't want to take their place. To deny that Christ was Jewish is to deny the Old Testament and the teachings of Christ himself. When Jesus was murdered, it was due to a love of power, not a love of ethnicity. However, several false accounts would try to argue that ethnicity was the issue. Whenever future empires began to adopt Christianity into their own wicked forms,
no, I'm pretty sure
government
that'll
or
get
conquest,
copyright claimed.
they would manipulate
actually,
the
I'm
words
pretty
of
sure
God
this show
or
gets
the early
copyright
church
claimed out of the
fathers
box
in order to get across their objective.
Why is it always
Heretics
me that
throughout
blows up?
history
Wonder what
have
I'm
taken
doing
the
wrong.
word of God and manipulated it into something for their own desire, and implied that the reason Jesus was murdered was because of the fault of the Jewish people rather than humanity's sin. And this narrative, which was found in the 12th century, seems to be one of those. The narrative just kind of showed up, and it mentions a lot of writings that were written hundreds of years after Jesus.
Actually,
so
I
it's
know a
believed
lot of
that it was written
sublime.
sometime between the 5th
I don't have a
and
voice
12th
for it,
century.
but
So definitely not a narrative from Joseph
I
of
guess I
Arimathea,
can do it in a
even though it claims to
baritone.
be directly from Joseph. The narrative opens with the line, "I am Joseph of Arimathea, who begged from Pilate the body of the Lord Jesus for burial, and for this cause was kept close in prison by the murderous and God-fighting Jews." And then it just proceeds to make up a bunch of stuff. It says that the thief who died on the cross, who denied Jesus, was a serial killer who cut up women and babies and drank their blood. And that the one who believed in Jesus was a man who would rob from the rich and give to the poor. And he was so righteous, according to the story, that he stole from the Jewish temple. Now, Jesus respected the temple. As a matter of fact, he one time ran a bunch of people out because they were disrespecting.
Yeah, thank you, bud. I
And
appreciate
he
you coming
considered
by.
the temple to be his
Judd,
father's house. Because again, Judaism and Christianity were synonymous up to Jesus. So we're like the first paragraph in.
I really
and
thank
it's
you for
already
everything
wrong
you
on
do.
multiple accounts. It then says that the Pharisees paid Judas, the one who betrayed Jesus. It says that they paid him.
Dude, I've gotten copyright claimed for my goofy laugh. I once got copyright claimed for an Alex Jones bit.
And say it was Jesus,
that I did
which is
personally.
again not only made up, but
So,
also
I mean,
devalues the entire
they'll just copyright
narrative.
claim you. They don't care.
And then
I
it
don't care
says
either.
that whenever Jesus was
See, that's
on the
why they
cross,
can't affect my
that
content
Demas
is
asked him
because
to save his soul. According to the story, Demas is the thief who wanted to be saved. Now, by the way, none of these like non-canonical books can ever agree on what the names of the two thieves are. Each one of them makes up something different. So it says, Jesus responding to Demas, Jesus says to him, "Amen, amen, I say to you, Demas, that today you shall be with me in paradise." And the sons
Well,
of
they're
the
just
kingdom,
smoking
the
us.
children of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Moses, in other words, the Jews, shall be cast out into
Hammer
outer
time. It's good to
darkness.
see you. I'm glad
There
you
shall
stuck
be
around.
weeping and gnashing of
I know
teeth.
this isn't going to be very much.
You know what
very
Jesus actually
entertaining,
said when he was
but I
being
do
murdered?
have something after
Jesus
this.
said a lot of things when he was hanging on the
So there'll be a
cross.
lot of it, if
But the
nothing
first
else.
of which is mentioned in Luke 23, verse 33 and 34, when it says,
It's like that.
And when they were come
that
to
old
the
joke.
place which is called
Got good news
Calvary,
and bad news.
there they crucified him. And the male.
I got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? Good news is we got plenty to eat. You can eat all you want. All you can eat buffet. Well, that sucks. The bad news is it's all bullshit. That thing kicked me out in the middle of a game. The news? Well, right now I'm kind of in a flux, man. I mean, like, my wife just had a death in the family, so like there's a bunch of stuff that has to go on down there, and it just needs to be done. And so when that happens, I'm either gonna have to pack up my entire kit and take it with me, or do some really crappy shows. Because quite frankly, I liked all the gizmos I got going down. This is all pretty cool. I dig it, you know. Whereas when I'm on the road and traveling a bit, it's a little different. I'm limited to what I can bring and what I can do. Somehow I feel like I've missed something. I mean, what part of it's propaganda? I don't understand. I don't get it. I mean, sure, I'm Sasquatch. I shield. That's fine. They're the toughest. I have technical difficulties quite often. In fact, earlier, right before the show, like about 5 or 10 minutes before I went live, all of a sudden, for some reason, my OBS and my Edge both decided they didn't want to use my voice meter. And I had to do a full restart and rebuild everything and just do it. Actually, I was talking to my wife about Running Man earlier. All right, so I think it was E.E. Doc Smith. He wrote, I think it was a short story. And in it, there's this like intergalactic race, but the race is conducted by prisoners that have been convicted and sentenced to death. And so it's kind of like Condemned with really fast spaceships and cars and stuff. And one of the features in this book was very poignant in the original writing of the Running Man, right? And it was the atomic cars. It has a very Fallout 4 kind of feel to it, you know. But the atomic cars had this feature where, and I think it's in both books. I'm almost certain it's in both books because I remember thinking about it real hard when I read it. The cars have these two features. One is quote unquote unlimited acceleration. It's an atomic car, like a full-on nuclear pile in the back seat. Unlimited acceleration. Doesn't accelerate real fast, but it'll do it forever. Mama, what is it? Llama Red Pajama. That's it. I got to figure that rap out. I want to rap the Llama song. Yeah, no, I've watched Running Man. I read the books. I'm a huge Stephen King fan. Also an enormous movie file. I mean, I didn't get a job at a movie store just because I don't like movies. I got a job at a movie store, so I could watch movies while I was working. That was the wrong way. I didn't want to do that. Ooh. Come on, bud. Get off me. Get off me. You funny looking. Score. I got a score, buddy. That's a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed my first score. Score! It's good. What just happened? I'm unsure what just happened. Right. I like the Langoliers a lot. The Langoliers was very good. Shut up, cat. I have a cat. I got a cat. I didn't mean to get a cat, but it happened. Where am I at? I can't see me. God damn it. Get in the hole. Go home. You want to go home. The hole is your home ball. Go home. That was erroneous. See, it's very similar to Rocket League, but at the same time, like there's a whole bunch of controls that are a little bit different. So like when you hit the little boost juice, if you haven't quite filled up yet, it doesn't actually work. And on top of that, yeah, if you boost juice and when you hit somebody, you can blow them up. No, stay away from my goal. I don't like it. You don't get to play with my goal. I like to keep my holes private whenever possible. Oh, I'm doing bad. Yeah, do that thing. That's right. Beautiful, babe. I shall be the obstacle in your path. Oh, and I missed it. I got a stone. And I missed it. Y'all familiar with Dr. Hook? Y'all should really go listen to Dr. Hook. Why are you watching me? Yeah, you know, the ball wants to go home. It's being influenced by these red guys. Oh, that was beautiful, babe. The blues has always been American. As American as apple pie. As American as the blues. As American as apple pie. The question is why? Why has the blues always been so at home here? Well, America provided the atmosphere. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I was fucking. Ooh, I feel bad about that. That was my fault. I should have peeled off the other way, and I knew it when he hit it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, that sucks. How do you aim that shit? Can't look around, so. Oh, yeah. That works.
malefactors, one on the right hand and the other on the left. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. When Christ died on the cross, he did it for us. The entire purpose of him coming to earth was to be the manifestation of the sinless Lamb of God, so that with one action, just as we cast ourselves into sin, we could cast ourselves back into the grace of God. And in his final moments, he looked at the people who were mocking, spitting on him, and killing him, and said, Father, forgive them, as final testament to what mercy really means. It's easy to read about a lot of the early church leaders, people who were burned at the stake, crucified, thrown to lions, and wonder how they had the strength to do that, right? Like how they didn't just become filled with hate and malice to those around them. But then you read what Christ said on the cross, and you realize they really knew what it meant to be Christ-like. One of the first martyrs for the church, a man by the name of Stephen, who was one of the leaders at the church in Jerusalem, was stoned to death for being a follower of Christ. And in his final moments, as he was being mocked and yelled at and hit with rocks,
is that acceptable?
And he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had said this, he fell asleep. That's what Christianity is, realizing that God humbled himself to the form of a man to die for the very people who hated him. And to be the guy who directly
forgive them, Father,
misattributed
for they know
the
not
words
what they
of
do.
Christ in his final moments in order to get across your personal hatred. I wouldn't want to be that guy right now. It goes on to talk about that when Jesus was on the cross, he spoke to the cherubs directly, and it talks about Joseph of Arimathea, because remember, he's supposed to be the guy writing this, that when he was in prison, Jesus and the thief Demas showed up and broke him out of prison, and blah, blah, blah. I'm done talking about it. And the final passion that we're going to talk about, and this one's technically an epistle, but it's about the passion, so I had to pump up these numbers a bit. It's the letters of Herod and Pilate.
I love Wendy
Now,
Goode.
again,
He's great.
at the time that Jesus died, it was not the same Herod who tried to kill Jesus when he was a baby. This is Herod's son, essentially Herod II, who is now king over the region. There are supposedly a series of letters between Herod and Pilate, and then a lot of letters about Pilate, all of which give mostly comedic
I'm going to stand
narratives
in the
of
way
what
so you
happened.
can't do
One of
it.
the first letters, Herod writes to Pilate
missed.
because this is kind of semi-following the narrative of the Gospel of Peter, that Herod was the one who wanted Jesus killed. And Herod writes a letter to Pilate where he's like, oh man, we shouldn't have killed that Jesus guy.
No,
My
you
daughter
let me away
was
from
out
here.
playing in the water in a hole in the ice in the middle of the Middle East. And
Right?
whenever
A hole in the
she
ice. That
fell
makes so
into the
much
water,
sense.
she caught her neck on the ice,
I mean,
and it
I've
cut
seen
her head
Levant.
clean off.
It's all about ice.
Which is intense. And then Herod says that he started to be filled with worms and his flesh is rotting.
That's not
and he's
good.
like, wow, we really shouldn't have killed that Jesus guy, huh? Which, again, pretty... You can guess where this one's going to go. One of the letters says
Nice
that
shot,
Pilate and his
dude.
wife
Who
saw
scored
Jesus
it, though?
after he was resurrected. It also has a letter
Anybody
between
catch who
Pilate
got
and
that
Tiberius,
score?
who was the Caesar
I'm
at the time,
confused.
saying that
I'm pretty sure that was one of
Tiberius
their
was
guys
essentially like,
bouncing
hey,
off
what's
this
this I'm
wall
hearing about
over
a
here.
bunch of dead people getting out of their graves? And Pilate's like, oh yeah, I killed God. So Tiberius is like, you should probably be put on trial for that. So he has Pilate brought to Rome, and whenever he's in the Roman council and they
Did I just
have
blow
all
up one of my
the
own
statues
guys?
of the Roman gods around
I
him,
didn't even know that was possible.
Tiberius asks, who did you kill? And whenever Pilate says Jesus
that
Christ,
sucked.
it causes all the statues to crumble. So Tiberius is like, oh, you killed like a big god. Well, we have to kill you now.
Get it in there.
So
Get it
they
in there.
take Pilate to be executed. And it says that whenever Pilate was taken to be beheaded, that Pilate's wife sees an angel come down from heaven to receive his soul. And that
So
whenever
should the
that happens
game
and
be
Pilate
on the
dies,
surface, or
she
should it be the
dies
video?
too, I guess, out of beauty of the angel, and the angel takes both of them to heaven at the same time. And there's a mention that Christ needs Pilate
this
to
is
be there
bad.
at
I don't
his
like
second
it.
coming, that Pilate will be there to do something. So whenever I mentioned earlier that there's some people who treat him as a saint and some who treat him as like the devil,
this thing that you
is
made me
much more
do.
heavily leaning towards the saint side. if it's saying that Jesus directly said he needs Pilate's help. In another letter, Tiberius is ill, and he sends a messenger to Jerusalem in order to find Jesus, because he hears that Jesus is a great healer, so he wants Jesus to come to Rome to heal him.
Missed.
Well, whenever the messenger gets there, he asks a woman he meets of Jesus, and this woman, whose name is Veronica, says that Pilate killed him. Veronica, by the way, is another one of the Catholic saints. According to tradition, she is the woman who was healed of an issue of blood whenever Jesus was in his earthly ministry. In the Bible, it says there's a woman who had an issue of blood for many years, and Jesus was walking through a crowd, and she reached out to touch him, and just by touching the hem of his coat, she was healed. Another fun thing about Veronica, she is believed to have been a follower of Jesus after that happened, because, you know, obviously, if you touch someone and you're immediately healed, you'd probably follow that guy around.
I would.
And there is a piece of
I'd like to be
lost, I don't want to say holy media, artifact. That's, I'm broken. And there's a supposed holy artifact that, to my knowledge, is currently lost.
Because I could totally fill up the entire thing.
According to
with
legend,
we
whenever
just listen
Jesus
to
was
this
being
guy.
led to the
Because
cross,
honestly, he's just standing in front of a whiteboard, and while that's all
Veronica
cool and
ran out of
everything,
the crowd
I
and
get
took a
it. I
handkerchief
like the
to
visual
wipe his
effects
face.
and the
And whenever
effort.
she did, the combination of blood and sweat perfectly morphed itself into a depiction of Jesus's face, which has been the subject of many different art pieces. So this is that Veronica the story's talking about. So Tiberius is upset
they suck so bad
because
for having
he's
scored
like,
a
all right,
single
well, this guy
goal.
was clearly a healer and Pilate killed him. So in this letter as well, he calls Pilate to be brought to trial. And it says that Tiberius is furious and
Well,
ready
let's
to
try
yell
that.
at Pilate.
We'll do that
But
thing.
Pilate comes
Just
in
like-
wearing
just like you
Jesus'
said.
coat that was taken during the
Yeah.
crucifixion. And as soon as Tiberius confronts
yeah,
him,
okay.
he can't be mad. He's just like very peaceful and
That's
quiet,
fine.
and he sends
I
Pilate
got
away.
one window
And as soon
open.
as
As
Pilate's
soon
out of
as
the room, he
this
starts
match is
yelling and
over,
stomping
I'll,
again. And Pilate comes back,
I'll shut
but
it.
he can't get mad
It's
at
the
him.
one in the
And
bathroom.
that process just keeps repeating. And eventually, someone who's in the courtroom of Tiberius is like, maybe it's
Oh,
the
that's
coat.
a
So they
wonderful
take the coat
sound,
off,
babe. I like it.
and immediately Tiberius is like,
Wait.
aha, you tricked me with the old Jesus
Oh,
coat
damn
trick.
it, I got
So he's he's like, you're going to be thrown in jail, and we're going to come up with the worst punishment for you I can possibly imagine. So as soon as he gets into prison, Pilate
jerked me around.
exits
That was
server,
unfortunate.
and Tiberius is so mad at this.
And
he
these
has his
things are
body
serious.
thrown in
You
the
got to be
lake.
like
But
on
it
it.
says
You don't
that
get
so
like
many
any
demons
freebies.
infested the body of Pilate that it cursed the entire area and the waters around it. So they drug out his body, tied it to a stone, and threw it in another lake. And the story ends like, and if you go to that lake today, you can still find some demons. So that whole scale I mentioned earlier, this one's way over here. A lot of these, like I said, are very fanficky, like, oh, haha, old Herod got
I'm doing like the mouth breathing thing into the mic.
Like,
'cause I'm trying
depending if
not
you
to
love
do
Pilate
that.
or hate him, both stories heavily favor in those directions.
And it's hard
there's
not to
a
do,
lot
but I'm trying
of
not to make
lore, like folklore taken from Roman mythology at the time, incorporated to some of the stories. And in one of them, it addresses the Caesar as Claudius, even though Claudius wasn't the Caesar at the time of Pilate. So I guess they just didn't check that. But yeah, this is definitely fan fiction. I know this video has been a while, and if you're still watching, thank you so much for hanging out this long. I appreciate it. There's probably like 12 of you at this point, considering I've probably been talking for over an hour about literally just
Oh
theology,
no, they
so I'm
scored
so
again.
sorry. But if it makes you feel any better, the epistles will probably get through pretty fast because they're mostly just doctrinal. So the epistles are letters. Now, the epistles that are in the Bible, taken from people like John, Peter, and Paul, are obviously in the Bible because they are, as mentioned earlier, either apostles or early
Good
members
girl.
of the church like Paul.
I'm proud
These
of you.
epistles are no different. And a lot of them were letters that were highly regarded by people of the time,
All right, winning.
but for one
We
reason
win
or the
again.
other weren't taken into the canon of Scripture. The first of these is the Epistle of
barely,
Jesus
though.
Christ and Abigaris, King of Edessa. Now, according to Jeremiah Jones, a British
missed.
evangelist
Did I
in
though?
England
I
in
wonder.
like from the 15 to the 1700s, this series of letters was held in high regard. It was never a part of the Bible, but he said it was common for families to have like a little picture hanging on the wall that was just the correspondence, as it's supposedly a letter written by Jesus himself. In the series of letters, Abigaris, who historically is Abgar the Fifth of Osirene, or Os-Oron, I'm so sorry, says that he's fallen ill and asked Jesus to come heal him. As you know, word of Jesus' miracles have gotten around the country. Jesus says that he cannot, as he is on his way to Jerusalem, but that after his business there is done, he will send someone to Edessa to heal the king. It's a little harrowing considering that this trip Jesus would have been making to Jerusalem was the trip of the crucifixion. But according to some records, Thaddeus, who was a disciple of Jesus, eventually went and witnessed in Edessa, and the entire city converted to Christianity. So it is a nice thought that before Jesus' death, he gave word to the disciples to witness to this man who trusted him while he was alive. Now, this series of letters was found in the 4th century, and, you know, it's likely that this king and the city were converted on their own. And then someone went back and was like, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool if they like?"
It's the shit show. Welcome to the show, bud. Good to see you.
But again, there's nothing egregious about it.
Yeah, no, I knew who you were the second I saw that name. Of course, I knew who you were.
Next is the Epistle of Paul the Apostle to the Laodiceans.
Oh,
apparently,
no.
this letter was held
Not
as a
that,
biblical
anything but
text
that.
by some of the early Quakers. So that's a fairly modern Christian society who followed his teachings. As far as the contents of the letter,
How much more is left
it's
in
pretty
this
much
freaking
just
game?
Philippians.
Jesus.
Like all of the concepts that are mentioned in it are teachings from Philippians.
So how you doing, bud?
Some parts
You been doing
straight up
good?
Quotes Philippians. So it's just like shorter
I hope so.
Philippians.
Oh,
Now,
okay,
what
that's
is
the game.
interesting about it is there is a mention
Cool.
at the end of it.
This is
that
like the
tells
new
them
COD
to
thing.
read the letter that he
COD.
also sent to the Colossians,
And I figure,
and vice versa.
what I
because
usually
the church at Laodicea and
Shut up,
Colossians
Mindy
were
Goon. I'm
about
trying to
15
talk to you.
miles from each other. And whenever you read the
what I usually do on this game is try to do like an Uber in Beirut where I just go try to pick up people and take them places, but usually they're shooting folks. I'm going to go make a run to the bathroom. I shall be right back. I've got a thing I made specifically for such occasions. Yeah, we're going to use this one.
Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping, I'm nasty. Ain't nobody able to catch me, they gasping. They cannot compare, they can't match me, I'm at half speed. I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me, smash with me, she savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive, one day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand, I got a plan, I'm the man, now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking at my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now. Yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running up and coming. Ain't nothing. Yeah, rookie of the year. I'ma keep it 100, cold-blooded, no budget. From nothing to something. I ain't bluffing. I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top, man. Every single drop got me feeling awesome. I'm about to pop, started from the bottom. Yeah. I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive, one day I'll have what I want in life.
Colossians,
I appreciate
it
your
says
patience.
in
Thank you.
Chapter 4, verse 16. And when this epistle is read among you, cause that it be read also in the church of the Laodiceans, and that ye likewise read the epistle from the Laodicea.
If y'all got a minute, run over here and tell this guy I said hi. Tell him Sasquatch sent you. He knows me, and it will tickle him and tickle me.
So it seems like this letter was the one referenced in Colossians. Or at the
Give
very
him a
least,
like,
we know
too.
there
He's
was
a good
a
guy.
letter sent to Laodicea, and a lot of historians believe that this is a forgery that's just filling in the gap of that letter, and whoever wrote it, again, pretty much just copied Philippians. But either way, like I said, it follows biblical doctrine, at least in what it says, and even if it's not the letter to the Laodiceans, it gives context to how Colossian and the Laodiceans talk to each other, so I'm considering it historical, at least somewhat. There are
I
more
appreciate it.
historicals than I thought there would be starting off, but that's fine.
This
They're gonna
isn't
get
nearly as
weirder
fun
we
as I
go
thought
on.
it would be.
For our next
I
one,
actually
we
enjoy
have
driving
Paul
around
to
in
Seneca.
Rumble
So we're
more.
already familiar
So I'm
with
gonna do
Paul,
one more
one of the
match, and then I'm
authors
gonna go
of
to
the New
Royal
Testament,
Battle Royale
but Seneca
and go
was a
Iron Man
Stoic
that shit.
philosopher who was in
Best
Rome
I've done
and a
so far
high-ranking
is like
statesman
I think I placed
at the time
14.
Paul
I
was
placed
alive.
8th once, but it was a fluke
Supposedly,
because
while
I got
Paul was
trapped in
in
a cave,
Rome,
couldn't
the
figure out
two
how to
shared
get
a
out.
correspondence with each other, and that's what these
They
epistles
came
are.
in, threw a
In the
grenade on
early
me,
days
and
of
killed
the
me.
church, it's believed this was held as slightly canonical, like it wasn't taken in as part of Scripture, but they were familiar with it and believed it to be at least partially legitimate. In the beginning, Seneca says that he's a big fan of Paul and believes his works and words to be inspiring, and Paul says thank you. Before Seneca sends another letter saying that he thought Paul's works were so great, he decided to read them for the Caesar, which at the time was Nero. For those that don't know, Nero despised Christians and murdered a lot of them. He's the guy who's famous for setting part of Rome on fire. Most historians believe that Nero was responsible for Paul's execution. And in the correspondence, Paul, knowing that Nero doesn't like Christians, wrote back to Seneca and said, hey, maybe don't do that. And then Seneca proceeds to talk about how much he loves Paul and how cool he thinks he is. There's a mention in one of the letters that Seneca says Paul can put his name first, because at the time it was traditional, whoever was higher ranking in government, you would put their name first in the address. But Seneca's like, I love you so much, you can put Paul first, I don't care. And Paul is very kind to Seneca. He tells him that the most important thing he can do is spread the word of Christ and keep the condition of his own soul. And the epistle's just kind of in there. It's a short correspondence where it's established that
no
two like
rush.
each other, and that's it. And like I
I'm
said,
gonna do
this
this. I got a
was
couple
held
other things
as
I want to do before we're
semi-canon
done. I
in
want.
early days of the church, but it wasn't until
I'm
like
really
the
hoping to
Renaissance
get a clean.
when
screwed
historians started
pooch.
to
He's gonna
question the
score.
authenticity
Oh
of
no,
it,
he's not.
and it's widely believed that it was a forgery.
I wonder if
Now,
I can
it is
boost
mentioned
in
within the Book of
reverse.
Acts in the Bible that Paul met Seneca's brother Gallio. So while it would be plausible for the two to have had some form of communication at the time, there's some weird historical discrepancies in the letters that wouldn't have been there if they actually wrote it. And from my personal opinion, it's really
touch the
boring.
ground inside.
See, Paul's
I
my
think it
favorite
actually
writer
has
in
to
the
touch
Bible
the ground
because
inside.
he always has this passion and vigor to whatever he says. You can feel his character bleed through onto whatever he writes. But in these epistles, Paul's just like, you're pretty cool, Seneca, and God's pretty cool too. Have a nice day. The Dutch philosopher Erasmus, when talking about Paul's language in the letters, said, I do not see how he could have made these letters in a more feeble and insipid fashion. What probably happened is that there was a debate around the 4th century, which is when the copies that have been found were written, and a Stoic was having an argument with a hedonist, and they were each arguing which one Christianity approves of. So the Stoic went home and wrote fake letters and was like, see,
me up
Paul
like that.
was big friends with
I
the
don't mind
first
being
Stoic.
blown,
So
just not up.
checkmate, hedon. And even if they were legitimate writings of Paul, not everything that was written by Paul would even be considered scripture, because Paul was a human who had human flaws. It was just the fact that the epistles he wrote to the church were divine writings that were shared by the members of the church and now us. That doesn't mean every single thing he wrote down or spoke was the holy word of God. So even if it was real, which I don't believe it is, it shouldn't be a part of the Bible. And especially since it was most likely written in order to win an argument, because whoever wrote it thought that Seneca and Paul were really cool, it's going in fan
How
fiction.
bad could it be?
Also,
right?
fun fact, Seneca is mentioned in the first layer of hell
You
or
smoking or
limbo
going to bed,
in
bud?
Dante's Inferno. I didn't really have a place to mention that.
I
but
don't know
it's more
how most
channel
people
lore
feel
for
about
those who have been
audiobooks.
with
I
me through
actually
all of
love
this
them.
Insane
Oh,
religious
welcome back,
rambling.
bud.
Next up, we have the general epistle of Barnabas. Barnabas is one of the more prominent figures in the New Testament.
I have no
He's
idea
mentioned as being one of the first
where I'm
people
at.
who joins to the
Is that
apostles
mine or
or at
theirs?
least
I
follows
can't
them
tell.
after Jesus' resurrection. And after Paul
Oh,
repented
yeah, okay,
from
so
being
that's
a
my
serial
goal.
killer, human trafficker, which is a
Lovely.
story we'll talk about another day. Barnabas was the one who found Paul and brought him to the disciples. And whenever Paul began his missionary journeys, Barnabas traveled with him. A copy of the text was found in the 4th century Greek Sinaiticus, which was discovered in 1859. However, while we found the full version in 1859, early church leaders mentioned the Epistle of Barnabas, so it's likely that at least part of it was passed around. The vast majority of the Epistle of Barnabas is an introspective look at the events of the Old Testament and how they relate to the events of the New Testament. There were beliefs floating around in the early days of the church that since Jesus died on the cross, everything that happened in the Old Testament could be discarded. But the Epistle of Barnabas explains that everything that happened in the Old Testament was important and preparation for Christ. And it starts out all well and good, like it talks about how the sacrifice of the animals in the Old Testament was just the prelude to the final sacrifice, that being the Lamb of God, which is, something we can all agree on, a generally accepted Christian concept. But then he starts saying stuff like times in the Old Testament, whenever they stretched out their arms, was a foreshadowing of Christ dying on the cross. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, maybe you could theorize there's some symbolism there.
Why not?
But by the end of it, he's talking about how circumcision is a physical manifestation of the Spirit being revealed, and how the days of creation relate to the overturning of spiritual periods throughout history, which sounds like something I would say, not one of the original disciples.
Oh, it jerked me around
And near the
again.
end of it, he talks a lot
that was
about like the
unfortunate.
duality of good and evil, and he starts to mention things like how we're adopted into the family of Christ just as Christ was adopted, and some other weird stuff you wouldn't expect Barnabas to say. And it's for that reason, and again, also the fact that while the church had it, they didn't treat it like scripture.
I'm dead.
Most
again.
people believe that this is,
also
as several of
unfortunate.
these, a false attribution to Barnabas. As a matter of fact, it's believed that the Epistle of Barnabas was written by a group known as the Ebionites. The Ebionites were, again, an early splinter group of the Judeo-Christian belief
Did I tell y'all?
that held
I think I might have
some
found a
strange
cult.
beliefs outside of normal Christianity, like the idea that Jesus was born a perfectly normal man
Why don't you go look
and
up
was then chosen or sort of possessed
y'all
with the
suck.
Spirit of God while he was on earth, along with ideas like
All
poverty
caps.
is always a good thing and money is
The
always
preacher.
bad. And it's believed that they used the name of Barnabas to get across
Perry,
a lot of
I
their
think,
beliefs,
or
while also
Peaches,
propping
or
up a lot
Pringle,
of symbolism
or something.
and
I think it's Perry.
lore, essentially. So it's for that reason I'm calling it fan fiction. The final epistle we're going to look at is the epistle of Clement to the Corinthians. This is technically two different letters, but the second one's really short, so I just grouped them together. Clement was the head of the church in Rome and was also a direct disciple of Peter. The first epistle to the Corinthians is a letter that Clement wrote to the church at Corinth. And essentially, it's just him calling them out. The letter is a scolding of the church at Corinth because, according to Clement, they had unjustly gotten rid of their...
Hey, Vincent, listen. I'll do one for free. I've never done an audiobook, and I can't swear as to the quality. I don't have a sound room. I don't have a studio per se. I don't have any of that stuff, but I like your work. I like what you do. If you can get them to accept it, I tell you what, send me the script or the extract or whatever that you want me to do to submit to them. I'll send it back to you done. I don't know, man. I'm pretty tight stretched at the moment. There's some debate on Monday about whether we're going to the beach to Savannah or to go like pet sit for somebody else while they come down here and do that stuff. But in any event, I'm not exactly looking to be paid. I'm perfectly excited. I'm sort of acceptable to work for clout to an extent. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but here's the thing. There are people out there who need money and who are grifting for a good reason and a good cause and whatnot. And I'm not one of those people. I actually seem to enjoy this stuff that I do. Oh yeah, no, 150 pages shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I can go a step further and let you choose some various voices for various characters or whatnot, or however that works. Because I mean, I've got a few voices that I do pretty decent, like the Cowardly Lion. I can do. Have you ever heard Motor City Maniac? I'm trying to tell you that everything that you're doing is just playing right into their hands. It's the way that they work. They try to use lawfare against you. It's how they go about doing it. I'm just saying, man, like I got a couple of things I can do with it. It's just, you know, I don't know I can do it until I do it. I got to try. You got to give me something to give it a shot, and maybe I'll work it out. Maybe I won't. Oh no! I'm sure it'll either be released here or on MVTV's channel. Either way, I'm good. I'm good with either one. If you want to do it on your channel, that's fine. I mean, if your publisher has a fucking channel, we can do it on his channel, or just don't release it at all, and y'all can buy the motherfucker. How about that? I like those odds. I need more shots.
Presbyters, or essentially preachers. The letter is incredibly interesting from a historical perspective, not only because when it was found in the 1600s, it was dated to the time of Clement and the church at Corinth, but Clement tells the people at Corinth why it is unjust to shut out a man of God from the church when he's done nothing wrong, but also because it gives interesting insight to the church at the time. Clement says that it's wrong to shut someone out from church or remove them from their position just because you don't like them. And as long as they haven't done anything wrong, there's no reason to put a man out from the house of God. He also gives them a very specific layout of how the church should be structured between the laity, deacons, presbyters, and bishops. But as he's doing it, he's not just calling them out or calling them a bad church. He's explaining to them why what they did is wrong and lifts them up throughout the text with examples of the Old Testament and several of the prophets and kings.
Yeah, no, dude.
And also mentioning martyrs and religious.
Seriously, listen. I'm not going to explain myself first. I'm just not going to do it. I don't. It's none of your business, quite frankly. So the point is if you just absolutely have to pay me, if it makes you feel better to pay me, fine. I will accept 1%, 1.1%, 0.000, what the fuck ever of royalties. I'm not really interested in trying to become rich through all of this. I'm more interested in really throwing down some interesting people. Okay. This is weird. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, that's my bit. That's totally my bit. Anyway, I'll say, boy, we can do any number of things you'd like to do with that particular reading. We could read it in various styles and methods. We could even go into various types of different accents if you were to try to do so. I mean, quite honestly, I have listened to quite a few things. And sometimes whenever you go out there and you try to work out the things that you are doing, it becomes quite the different thing that you're doing. Actually, I really need to sit down and talk to some Native Americans because I know that they have a tendency. I did that wrong. Hold on. I am aware that the tendency is a monotone. Can't do it. It's the cadence I have an issue with. I have this Iroquois think he classifies himself as Algonquin Iroquois. I'm not sure. Anyway, and he has this very specific way he goes about doing his particular videos. You see, he has this voice that just never quite gives you the emotion that you're expecting to have happen. And I mean, he has now he does more. I'm kind of exaggerating his effect, but he has cadence, he has rhythm, he has all of that. Right, second last syllable. Right, it's they don't stress a syllable based on the word. They stress the syllable based on the meaning, based on the effect the words have. So you speak on a particular syllable until you get to that point. You go about everything that you say until you reach the point where you change the definition of the sentence. If I can sit down and talk to Blackfeet, I can do their dialect. If they'll speak English and let me just listen and not beat the shit out of me because I got it wrong. Yeah, no. I actually have a really excellent Mexican accent that I can do, but I can't do it until I hear it. And since it's a specific town, it's this chick I used to date's hometown accent. And I don't hear it often. And the only time I hear it is when I get in touch with those folks. Hey, dude, if you can hook me up with 3 Blackfeet to talk to backstage, I can work that out. If they're willing to work with me on that, I will totally do that shit. I have no issue with that. I love collecting accents. I'm good with that. I'll do a dialect in a heartbeat. I'll work on it till my fingers bleed. I've always, every time I come across a Native community, I have always ended up sitting in the middle of the group having a good old time. Like, we all sit around and tell stories and it's all good. I guess the difference is in Western theology and in Western methodology, you tell me stories. It's all about how badass I am. And that's true to an extent in the Eastern philosophy, but it's more of a we concept where it's your entire family that benefits from the grandiosity that you could portray. And that's not far removed from the Native American concept of ancestry and whatnot. I mean, they put a lot of stock into who your peoples are. Oh, yeah, no, I've always amused them. When I was about 16, all right, let me back up a little further. All right, my pops was an airborne ranger, and when he wasn't jumping out of perfectly functional airplanes, he was driving big trucks various places and buses and stuff. He's basically a truck driver, except for when he was jumping out and killing people. He had these friends, and he had collected these friends during his service, right? And when they all came home, either they would come down to Georgia and come hunting with us, or they would rent some place in Georgia. And there was this one named Johnny, and I can't remember I want to say his name was Johnny Blue, but it wasn't Blue, Blue. It was like Bellew, Belewe, I think. Anyway, this guy was related to this old dude. I think it was his grandfather or something, who owned an entire fucking mountain. On the mountain, on this, like, I don't know, 10,000 acre plot of land, there were a lot of locks, various doors and things. Ow. Oh yeah, no, their culture is awesome. I mean, I got a buddy of mine. You might be familiar with him, Joe Cool. He claims I screwed the pooch. I do apologize. Oh no, dude! This dude didn't just own a particular mountain. He owned the mountain, the businesses on the mountain. He owned every single cabin on the mountain. He owned a particular section of valley all the way to the river, and then part of the land on the other side of the river down there where like the bowling alley and all that stuff was. And then up on top, like there was this sort of village of I guess today you'd call them Airbnbs. They were just cabins. They were just different cabins with different places. The one I stayed in was fucking amazing. All right, so this was I guess I was 14, maybe 15, and we go up there and we're allowed. No, this is around the time I got the job at the movie store. So at this point, having access to movies was a really cool thing. And so before we left, I went and talked to my boss. I was like, hey, I'm going on vacation for like 2 weeks. Can I take some movies with me? They're like, sure, take whatever the fuck you want. I was like, fine. So I grabbed all of the Nightmare on Elm Street films, like all 6 of them or whatever there was at the time. And I took them up there and we watched them. And it was an amazing trip. But beyond that, I've stayed in this cabin. Now, the place where the cabin was like the most horrible place you ever saw. It looked vaguely like if you could imagine the location where Ormir. You remember the guy who the giant who took Odin's eye to be able to drink from the wisdom font? That guy, Mortimer. Anyway, it looked like the kind of place he might hang out. It was all like overgrown with fungus and ferns and moss and all kinds of crap. And no joke, there is a shoestring. I mean, like a tiny thread of water running off of about a 60-foot cliff. And the cabin is about 12 foot in front of this cliff. And between the cabin and the cliff, there's a pond, quote unquote. That's what the folks called it, a pond. A deck. And then the house was built like a tank. That thing was layered in masonite and waterproof everything. Like this thing had been wrapped in waterproof world. And so we stay there for like 3 weeks, almost a month. And I'm sitting there watching a movie and it starts raining. I'm like, oh, cool, it's raining. Because I'm naive. I don't realize where I'm living. I've been there like 2.5 weeks and, oh, cool, it's raining. That's neat. But do you know what happens when it rains on bedrock? Every drop runs straight down to the bottom. I was at the bottom. My cabin, the cabin that I was staying in, was at the bottom. And we had rocks, we had tree trunks, we had limbs, sticks, all kinds of shit run off the side of that mountain onto our little pond. So that like every morning when we woke up, went out on the back, assuming it wasn't raining enough to have it actually running on the top of the freaking cabin. If the rain had stopped, we'd go out on the back porch, gather up all the limbs and everything that had washed onto the back porch and carry them around to the front so that we could cut them up and use them for fire inside later, which is probably the worst thing we could have done because I didn't understand what creosote was at the time. I didn't get it. No. I'm in Georgia, bro. Low mountains, barely a mountain at all. Right? And this was low in the valley in the mountain. So we're at the bottom of the water column. Everything that falls into the creek above this falls onto the back porch. What's up, Michael? Good to see you, bud. Appreciate you coming by. I'm pretty sure, wait, it's Windy Goon. Yeah, I got to finish Windy Goon before we move on to anything else. What I'm doing tonight is testing my PS4 connection thing, making sure all my duties will work and won't glitch out and all that stuff. But seriously, if you want me to read a particular script, send me an email with the link of the particular book you want me to read, and I'll do 2 versions of it. You work out what the fuck you want to use. I don't care. When I start caring, it'll become expensive. Great. I don't have a topic at this point, man. What I was doing was trying to go till about, I was wanting to get this video covered because I wanted to do it with Untethered Live, and he just kind of scoffed at it and moved on. And I was like, okay, well, shit happens, life sucks, you deal with it. I moved on. I decided to do this myself. And after this, if I'm still functional when this particular video is done, I've got another thing planned afterwards that might tickle your pickle. I don't know. 2 chaps? Like, is that one leg and the other leg, or 2 sets of chaps? Yeah, no. If you can, they used to use freaking anti-aircraft guns to do it. Like recoilless cannons. They'd be like, doot, doot, doot. It wasn't the shot hitting the mountain, and it wasn't the sound of the shot. It was the time between the shots harmonizing with themselves. Ka-doop, 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 so that the echoes work with themselves. It was computer controlled. Where did I get that tidbit of information? I don't know.
Men of the time. The most interesting thing in this letter to me is the mention of the martyrdom of Peter and Paul. Again, like I mentioned, Peter and Paul's deaths are not mentioned in the Bible. We just know about them from historical accounts, this letter being one of them. Because while writing to the church in Corinth and talking about examples of the faith, Clement says, "For the same cause did Paul in like manner receive the reward of his patience. 7 times he was in bonds, he was whipped, was stoned, he preached both in the east and in the west, leaving behind him the glorious report of his faith. And so, having taught the whole world righteousness, and for that end traveled even to the utmost bounds of the west, he at last suffered martyrdom by the command of the governors." He also says, "Let us before our eyes the holy apostles, Peter," my phone just died, "Peter, by unjust envy, underwent not 1 or 2, but many sufferings, till at last, being martyred, he went to the place of glory that was due unto him." Clement then concludes by confirming to the church that their purpose isn't to be better than anyone else or envious of any, but to instead share the love of Christ among strangers and among friends. I believe that the first epistle of Clement to the Corinthians is a beautiful writing, and there's nothing to imply that this wasn't written by Clement himself. The second epistle isn't as verifiable. In fact, most believe it wasn't written by Clement, but it just seems to be a sermon that was written for the church at Corinth by an unknown either presbyter or bishop. I think the reason that it's considered the second letter is because it was found along with the first one, but it's interesting in its own right as well, because again, excluding like Jesus's messages that were recorded in the Gospels and the Bible, This is one of the first written sermons in recorded history. One of the reasons that it's considered to be a sermon and not an epistle is because it seems whoever's talking is addressing a crowd. And two, the address at the top, instead of being someone's name or location, is simply the word brethren, which, is not a valid mailing address. The message itself is a message of exhortation, talking about how we need to continue to uphold the faith and witness to others, and it quotes the Old Testament a lot, and seems to be a pretty straightforward message for the time. And while I think the first one's a bit more important to history because of things like the mention of Peter and Paul's death, I think that both of these have at least some form of legitimacy and are incredibly intriguing to read to learn more about the early church. So for that reason, I'm calling them both historical. So with that, we've gone through all the epistles. It's time to look at the miscellaneous. So the reason I call these miscellaneous is, for one, they're not really connected. And specifically, these first three are really weird. And the last one I'll talk about later. But yeah, these three, I mean, a lot of you might have clicked on the video because I'm sure for clickbait, somewhere in the thumbnail, I'm going to put Gospel of Judas, which is exactly as bonkers as it sounds. But for now, let's start with the Acts of Paul and Thecla. So straight up, out of the gate, the Acts of Paul and Thecla are
bud, send me a
not
link. I'll work
legitimate
it out.
at all. Tertullian,
Or if
one
you
of
got
the
somebody
earliest
else you'd
Christian
like to work
authors,
with me,
said
like
that
send me a
presbyter
link and a copy of their
confessed that
voice,
he
and I'll
made
work
up
it
the
out from
story
there.
out of a love for
Or
Paul,
their
which is
email, and
especially
I'll work it out
confusing
from there. We'll figure
considering
it
how
out.
he portrays Paul in the story. And the entire thing is just the wildest compilation of folklore
Yeah, I'm fixing to
about
Iron
Paul
Man
you
this
can
thing. I'm
imagine.
going in alone.
So let's get this out of the way. Now, Thecla was an important member of the early church, and she's even venerated as a saint in Orthodox tradition. So both of these are important and real people who did a lot of important and real things, but this story is not one of them. The story starts with Paul taking his first missionary journey through Iconium, and at this time he's joined by Demas and Hermogenes. Demas and Hermogenes are briefly mentioned in the Bible, and it says that they were followers of Paul who decided to leave him because they didn't want to continue the Christian lifestyle. So since that's all the Bible gives us to work with, this account says they're essentially supervillains. So the story starts and says that Paul is preaching out of a house in Iconium, and across the street from the house, there is another house that is inhabited by a young woman named Thecla and her mother. And Thecla becomes so consumed with what Paul's saying that she sits in the window of the house and doesn't move. As a matter of fact, she refuses to speak or eat with anyone else. So Thecla's mom and Thamyris, the man Thecla is to be married to, both begin to be concerned for her. So Thamyris gets mad and is like, why won't she marry me? So he goes across the street to confront Paul, thinking that Paul is somehow responsible because Thecla is essentially in a trance. And on his way there, he runs into Demas and Hermogenes. It was said briefly earlier in the story that whenever Paul, Demas, and Hermogenes got to Iconium, everyone greeted Paul and was happy to see him. And the two of them were like, hey, where's our greeting? We're also cool.
All right, so I'm a very
Christian.
unhappy Sasquatch
Why don't we
right
get
now?
all of this praise
'Cause
and
I don't like
adoration?
walking.
So whenever Thamyris walks across the street and runs into these two first, he's like, hey, what's that guy in there talking about? Because whatever it is, it's making my girl over there not want to marry me. And the two of them were like, oh, well, that guy in there actually thinks that marriage is evil and wrong. And he's probably been telling her to not get married. So you should do something about it. So the two of them come back to Thamyris' house. And after a discussion, they're like, yeah, so if you have Paul tried in court, he'll either be jailed or thrown out of the city. And then the two of us will preach and we'll say that marriage is great and that Thecla should definitely marry you. Keep in mind, Paul has said nothing of the sort. Thecla is just enamored with the teachings of God. And these two are like, yeah, so we should get him thrown in jail for that. And whenever Thamyris is talking about taking Paul to court, these two are like, hey, if you say he's a Christian, they'll probably execute him. So you should do that. It's like comedically evil. Like these two Christians are like, we didn't get enough respect. Let's kill that guy for being a Christian, and then we can just say whatever we want. So they go to trial, and Paul gets thrown out of the city. So Thekla's mother comes to her and is like, all right, now that that nonsense is over, are you ready to marry this man? And when Thekla doesn't respond, the mom's like, all right, well, I guess we have to kill you. So Thekla's mother has her burned at the stake. But while that's happening, it says that God causes a giant rain cloud to form, and it makes a torrential downpour that puts out the fire and kills some people somehow. And she gets away and runs into the countryside to meet Paul again. So Thekla says she wants to join Paul, and Paul's like, are you sure? You're a really pretty girl, and something bad might happen, which is what this author considers foreshadowing. Something else that's funny is there's a blatant misunderstanding of geography. So there are two Antiochs mentioned in the Bible. There is one in what is now Turkey, and there is one in Syria. And the one that was after Iconium in Paul's journey was the one in Turkey. But it seems whoever wrote this thought that the only Antioch was the one in Syria. So in the story, Paul and Thekla magically teleport from Turkey to Syria. So the two of them travel to Syria, and as soon as they get to a city in Syria, a statesman by the name of Alexander walks up to them and is like,
Who's
oh,
actually
Thekla,
in here?
you're
'Cause
really
it
pretty.
says we
Then
have
asks
6
Paul, like,
people.
do you know this girl?
Nobody's saying
And
anything.
Paul says, I do not know the woman of whom you speak, nor does she belong to me. Which, like, why would he say that? So the man begins to force himself onto Thekla, and Paul does nothing, I guess. Which, like, if I was taking this seriously, would be like, how could you do that? But it seems like the writer just didn't know how to write in what he wanted to happen later, so he just made Paul stand there. So Thekla begins to resist, and since this guy's a high-ranking official, he's like, well, you're going to die for that, so he just takes her to court. And they decide in court that she will be thrown to the beast
I
in a
appreciate you.
Colosseum.
I really
So
do.
while she is waiting to be executed, it says
You
that
know, I
she
was thinking,
stays in the house of a lady
I'd probably
named
put a duck
Tryphena,
race in here,
who
Brad.
had
The leaf
recently
is
lost her daughter,
because I'm a
and
leaf
is
on
like,
the
yeah,
wind.
I'll
Watch how
shelter
let me do that right.
this random young girl who's about to be murdered in a few days. So follow this next.
Because I'm a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. I'm a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. I'm a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. I'm sure one of those would be good enough. Or if not, fuck yeah, I don't
Next
care.
series of events with me. It says that Thekla is taken into this arena and she gets thrown in. And they release
Dude. Auditor, Smoking Auditor, tell me. Are you playing on PS4? Are you playing on Xbox? Are you PC? Like, what the heck are you doing? Because I've been looking for a posse to run around on Red Dead, and I'm a badass on Red Dead. Like, I haven't played in months. No, you're just, what are you playing? Like fucking Donkey Kong, Mario Party? What the fuck are you playing, dude? Come on, talk to me. What are you doing? Snakes and ladders? Fuck you. And here I am. I have you remember me telling you about those things I have that aren't quite done? All right, so I got this bit that I really want to do, and I want to do it right. And what I want to do is to get a group of people. I want to get a group of people to join me in Minecraft on an archipelago seed and build the Swiss Family Robinson. And I would very much like to film that and put it to either me reading the Swiss Family Robinson, which should take about 36 hours or so, or a LibriVox recording, or a mix thereof, because there are some chapters I'm perfectly willing to sit down and read because they're excellent. Like, whatever you got to do to sleep at night, dude. I'm not judging. That's not me. That's not how I roll. Like, even the cult I found, I don't judge them because they're just operating on their faith. I mean, like, okay, by my definitions, it's a cult. You chant, everyone else is wrong, and your leader is right. And that pretty much defines a cult, which defines most religions as a cult, but okay. I'm good with that. And I'll tell you what, we will discuss the abbreviation of my First Amendment rights as soon as you can show me where the bad words have hurt you. Point to it on the doll. Y'all can use that anywhere you like. Clip it, steal it, take it, use it. Is everybody in? Is everybody in? Ceremony is about to begin. This entertainment is not new. You've seen this entertainment through and through. You've seen your birth, your life, your death. You might recall all the rest. Did you have a good world when you died? Enough to base a movie on? I can't play War Thunder, but I will update it. See, the thing is, if I try to play War Thunder now, it's going to go into like a 10 freaking hour update. But I will do World of Warships. I have it. I think I have it. It might need a download, but it won't be long. We'll see. I updated it last week, so it shouldn't take but 10 minutes, maybe. I don't know, a few minutes. What can I do till then? You know, I played a lot of War Thunder back in the day. I did. I ranked at one point, but I can't remember why or how or what that was about. I'll have to look at it and see if I remember then. Well, here's the thing. I had a conversation with a guy who was full on 100% all about trying to rewrite the First Amendment in such a fashion that you're not permitted to say negative things about people that he liked. Like, he didn't want you to say negative things about this guy, this chick, that dude, and this other guy. But you could say all you wanted about Trump. That was fine. And I was like, that's not right. That's, in fact, exactly wrong. So I'll make you a deal. And while we were talking, there were some kids playing around, and one of them set a doll down near me, and I picked up the doll and was sitting there playing with it while he was explaining everything that we needed to fix about the First Amendment. And it was a good 10-minute little tirade. And when he got done with that, it says there's about 6 minutes. When he got done, I was like, I'll make you a deal. We can talk about abbreviating my First Amendment as soon as you can show me where these bad words have hurt you. And I handed him the doll, and he looked at that doll, and he looked at me, and he looked back at the doll, and he said, but there are people threatening AOC's life. And I said, those people should be convicted. They should be punished to the fullest extent of the law because it is illegal to do that. He said, but there are people who are speaking out against our duly elected government. And I said, I agree, there are. And there are people who don't agree they were duly elected. So are we supposed to just shut them up too? He's like, well, that doesn't matter. I said, wait a second. First, before we can discuss whether or not that matters, you have to show me where the bad words hurt you. And he was stuck again, just smiling at me with that evil smile, like, I'm going to get you. I just don't know how yet. I'm sorry, dude. I don't I don't give away rights. I don't do that. Even in my smallest voice while I'm drunk and passed out, I still have my say. I don't think civilization would collapse. Have you ever heard of a flapper? And I don't mean like the 1920s dancer. I mean like ear flapper. I'm gonna have to do that one. That's I'm pretty sure that's that's either Marco Polo or the other guy. I can't remember which one. I think it's Marco Polo. I'm not certain. It's one of them, and in it, no one can talk to the emperor. In order to talk to the emperor, they have to wiggle their ears, because some previous emperor decided that unless you're willing to stand there and wiggle your ears, you're not serious. Flappers. It's an ancient shield. A flapper wiggles the ears of the emperor constantly so that everyone has to listen what they say. And that's what a flapper is. That's his purpose. He's basically special interest. He's a lobbyist is what it comes down to. Seven minutes or so. Are you cool with the World of Warships? I mean, I can do War Thunder. I mean, like I said, I'll upgrade it. I'll update it tomorrow, and we'll do that shit Saturday after all the shows are done. Saturday, I have 3 people. I have 3 people who have agreed to come Saturday. 2 of them are alcoholics, and 1 of them is unreliable. I'm just saying, like, I might get one out of it. And if not, we'll do another show kind of like tonight, and we'll do something like this. I mean, I'll go find. Actually, I've got 24 shows, actually. I mean, not shows. I've got 24 videos saved up back here specifically for, that may take longer than 7 minutes. It's lying to me. I don't know. But yeah, we'll figure something out on it.
A lioness to come kill her. And the lioness runs up to Thecla and just starts to lick her feet. So they're like, oh, the lioness didn't work. So they get a bear. And then the bear charges at her, and the lioness fights the bear and kills it. And then they're like, throw in a normal lion. So they throw in a male lion, and the lion goes to kill her, and the lioness kills it, but the lioness also dies in the fight. So then Thecla's standing there in the arena, and there's like a trough of water, or like a puddle of water. She's like, I haven't been baptized yet. So she sprints. This is in the middle of a whole crowd. Everyone's watching. She sprints over to the puddle of water and throws herself into it, saying like, God baptize me. And it says whenever she hits the water that a great ball of fire wraps around her. So she comes out of the water, and she's like glowing and covered in the flames. And they try to get more animals to kill her, but they're like, the animals can't kill her because of the God fire. Why didn't we think of that? So then men go into the ring and tie ropes around her arms and legs and attach them to bulls. No idea how they tied the ropes around her if she's still on fire, I guess. So they tie her to these bulls, and they try to make the bulls run a different direction to quarter her, but it says that the fire burns through the rope, which how did they tie it to her if she was already on fire? So while this is happening, after the rope burns, remember that lady Trifina the one who like watched over her for a few days. So Tryphina's in the audience, and she gets so worked up with excitement that she dies. It says that she has a heart attack and just dies in the stand. And everyone in the stands are like, man, this girl, like, we watched a bunch of animals die, and now she's on fire. We should probably call this thing off. So the governor decides to call it off. And even that Alexander guy who started all this is like, yeah, we should probably call it off. So they call it off, and everyone cheers so loudly that it brings Tryphina back to life. And she stands up, and Thecla gives a whole speech about how God is really cool. So anyways, after
can I
she
point
goes
out
back to her
one
mom.
of the things I love about this video is how soul dead he is. When he turns around and makes another notch. He's like, okay, that one's done. Thank God.
In Iconium and is like, hey mom, do you still hate me? And the mom's like, yeah. So Thecla goes, oh, okay, and decides to go into the mountains to be a kind of spiritual healer. There's also a brief mention that she was tempted by Satan while she was in the wilderness, which is just a blatant ripoff from the story of Jesus. And it says that she's so good at this job of healing people up in the mountains, like she just lives in a cave and people will come to her with their sick and she'll just heal them. And it says she's so good at it that the physicians in the cities around the mountains literally don't have any business because she's taking up all the business with the whole God healing thing. So these physicians get together and are like, I bet what it is I bet she's a priestess of Diana, the Greek goddess. And according to legend, the only ones who can be a priestess of Diana are virgins. So I'm not kidding. What if we hire a bunch of ruffians to go up into the mountain and make her not one of those? So these guys come up to the cave that Thecla's in, and they're like, hey, are you Thecla?
Okay. Sasquatch doesn't approve. Does not approve.
Thecla? And she's like, yeah. And they explain what they're going to do. So Thecla turns around and asks God to save her. And she runs full bore into a rock that has a hole opened up in it. And she runs into the hole, and then the rock forms back over her. And that's where the story ends. I can only imagine the way Tertullian worded it, that a presbyter confessed to writing this. I imagine him coming up to this preacher that he thinks wrote this, and it's just like, do you care to explain yourself? And the guy claimed he did it out of...
Hold on. I can do this better. Psst. Hold on. Psst. Hey, bud. I don't think they're buying it. You might want to go a little harder.
love for Paul, which no, he didn't, because all Paul did in this story was let a woman get attacked and then disappeared completely. And yeah, while it started as fan fiction, it just made everyone involved look stupid. So I'm calling it blasphemy. I'm actually going to skip the Gospel of Judas and do the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, because there is a point I want to bring out in this that relates back to the Acts of Paul and Thecla. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene is what's considered a Gnostic gospel. Mary Magdalene is one of the most famous...
You know, one of the reasons why I love Wendigoon is he goes at this all whole hog. Like, he cranks up from the beginning. He's like, all right, I've come up with a way to explain this, and I'm going to do it, so don't interrupt me until I'm done now. in the beginning, God said, anyway, he has this way of going about things from the very beginning to the very end and touching on all the high points in between without missing any of the particularly low points. I love his channel. I've wasted so much time in my life on this man just talking, and I can't explain why. I want that t-shirt. I want that shirt. Not sure for what. Maybe target practice after wearing it to a salute. No, dude. Hey. No, dude. I used to dress like this. I'm not even joking. Back when I was bald and didn't have any facial hair, I used to wear clothes like this man wears all the time. I used to be this guy, except I grew out of it, I guess. I don't know. The way I would explain it is I'll have a shirt that's really going places. It always had a car or a boat or something that was moving elsewhere. I had one that was full of like woody wagons. One that was a bunch of flying dragons. I called that stoking the fire. And that's a story all its own. Actually, why the fuck not? This is just as good a time as fucking any. I'm waiting for another 20% to clear. So, okay. All right. So, in 1996, there was a Dragon Con in Atlanta. And at Dragon Con, Gwar performed. 96. Remember that now. That's important. All right. So in 96, I was like maybe 17, 16, maybe. And I ran across this dude named Jerry. Now, I'll explain Jerry later, but for the now, just imagine that he's Dexter. You know, from the series, The Serial Killer. Now, he's not. He's the nicest guy you ever met, but that's why I say imagine that you met Dexter. You know, the serial killer. Anyway, so I go to Dragon Con 96, 95, maybe 97. I can't remember. No. I met Lorenzo later, but so we this is getting difficult. So we go to actually I met him at my aunt's house, and after some discussion and negotiation, he's like, hey, you know, me and this guy and this other guy and this chick and this other chick, we're all going to Dragon Con in Atlanta. Would you like to go? I was like, well, you know, I really can't afford it. I don't have the money. He's like, I tell you what, wash my truck. I'll give you $100. Go to Dragon Con with us. No questions asked. I'm like, cool. He gets a phone call like 10 seconds after we make this agreement. He has to go to his mom's. His mom dies. A whole bunch of shit goes down. Next thing we know, we're going to Dragon Con. I haven't washed this man's truck. I feel bad about it. But I meet a 6'5" tall woman wearing chainmail bikini. I talked to Gwar, the band, all of them. And I got beat up by one of them on an escalator. And I played about 35 minutes of White Plume in a televised event. There's a bunch of stuff that happened while I was there. We did a bunch of stuff, but hey Rick, how you doing, bud? How's your channel going? What's going on? I haven't talked to you in a minute. I mean, I haven't exactly been available, but try, you know. So anyway, I get beat up by a boar. I fall down an escalator. Was touched by a woman, and a 6'6" tall woman in a chainmail brassiere, and I played through a couple of limited edition tournament style games, and we left. 15 years later, this man drives into my yard with a car that is covered in Georgia red clay. And I walked out in the yard and was like, "Hey, how you doing, bud? What's going on?" And I never said a word. I walked out, I grabbed the water hose, drug it over to the car. This is 15 years later. I got a bucket, some soap, and I washed his entire car. And he stood there with this shitty grin on his face, like he didn't understand what was going on, and at the same time did. He was utterly baffled by the dedication by which I had to follow up on my work. This is the first time I'd seen him in 15 years. Not actually, because previously he had just bought a truck and had drove it off the lot and then met me, and so it was spotless. And I refused to wash his truck because it was spotless. I was like, dude, come on, man. They just wiped that thing down. You went, what, a block and a half? Oh, no. This is all terrible. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. But no, I mean, like, what was I supposed to do? Oh, cool. It just finished. Like, he shows up. And I mean, honestly, I had tried to corner his ass into a car wash on a couple of occasions. Once I had a buddy of mine named oh, that bothers me when I can't remember names. Oh my God, it's gonna give me a headache. Anyway. So let me tell you how far I went to try to get this man's truck washed. So in like 2005 or 2006, he went on a road trip, and he put it on Facebook that he was going on a road trip. And so there's a couple of detailing units that work cross country that are like franchises. And so I mailed him, before he left, a card for a detailing job at any of the franchises across the country, all 3,742 of them, or whatever the fuck it was. He rode all the way across country to LA and back from Georgia, never touched a single one of them. And so they refunded me my money. So there's a local thing where oh yeah, no, I can totally fade out in the middle of a comment, especially if somebody writes some stuff. So he gets home and he receives a Christmas card the very next year of a free car wash of a local dealer that I know, that I went to school with. I was like, yeah, I'll detail the fuck out of it. He owed me money. So years and years, and like I don't know how many of things like this I did trying to get that motherfucker's truck washed before I had to physically do it myself. But one day he finally pulled up in my yard, and I never I never even asked him. I just walked out and grabbed a bucket, set it next to his car, and pulled out the fucking road. And he grinned like a Cheshire cat the whole time because he was like, I never meant for you to wash my truck in the first place, dude. I just wanted to give you some money so you could go with us. I guess it comes down to a man of his word kind of thing. Oh, let's fix the thing. All right. Yep. About right. Pretty close. Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody in there? Just yell if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? I got a thing I've been wanting to do, and I'm gonna do it now and see if I can collect it later. What's the name of that bucket? It's not lawn chair high. It's while the world's thinking I'm drinking, I still don't give a flying paraplegic chicken watching the cars. We don't need bars. We got a garage cooler full of beers. Fucking entourage. Lawn chair high. Well, it's just another lawn chair high. Just another lawn chair high. Now I'm sitting in the carport looking down the driveway, watching all the cars go by, and it's all right. Puddin'. Let's see. Is that right? Is this right? Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Famous characters of the entire Bible. She was not only considered one of the most faithful women in the world at the time, but is considered one of the most faithful people to ever live. If you remember way back when I was talking about the infancies, Mary Magdalene famously washed Jesus' feet with her own hair. She was a wonderful person and someone to be admired. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene is not that. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene is considered a Gnostic gospel. And to explain what that is, I need to explain Gnosticism. If you watched any of my conspiracy theory iceberg, you're probably familiar with it, as I mentioned it a lot. I also pronounced it Gnosticism at the time, but we all grow. Gnosticism is the belief, and I'm dumbing it down a lot, that biblical and other religious accounts are the basis for personal enlightenment. Most of Gnosticism, to my understanding, hold some principal beliefs, like the idea that while there is one superior God that is kind of considered the Jehovah from the Bible, there are also several lesser gods, and specifically, the God who created the earth is evil, or at least an antagonist in nature. So a lot of Gnosticism will use figures and accounts from things like the Bible or the Quran, and then build off of those into a way that fits their ideology or their personal enlightenment. Now, I want to clarify, there are modern tenets of Gnosticism, and I know that from the angry emails and DMs I've received. So just because whoever wrote this felt that this was the personal revelation of truth that can be taken out of the Bible, doesn't mean all of them believe that, at least not to my understanding. So with that out of the way, let's talk about how weird this is. The only surviving portion of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene was found in 1896, but wasn't published until 1955. And from what we do have, it is just a conversation that takes place immediately following Jesus' resurrection. And in that conversation, Peter says to Mary Magdalene, because all the disciples and followers of God are gathered together trying to figure out what to do next, and Peter asks Mary to give them some words of encouragement because he says that Jesus loved Mary Magdalene above all women. I should also mention, just to be thorough, the story doesn't specifically call her Mary Magdalene. It just calls her Mary, which means it could be a few people. But from context, everyone's pretty positive it's referring to Mary of Magdalene. So Mary just starts going, oh, okay, well, if you insist, Peter, so I know you think that Jesus is the Son of God and all that, but there's actually like a ton of lesser gods. And actually, our soul is like its own spirit in itself that is trapped by our body, which is a different entity. So we have to get rid of this body so that our soul can be risen to the plane of the higher gods. And she just keeps running with that. And after giving an entirely different account of everything that Jesus taught and everything the scripture says, Peter says, essentially, are you telling me that Jesus has been lying to us this entire time? And Mary says, yes. No joke. Peter's like, are you telling us that you're the only one he ever told the truth of all this, and the rest of us were just being lied to for some reason? And she says, do you think I would make this up? And then Levi, another one of the disciples, is like, Peter, you're just being hot-tempered. Don't you know that Jesus loved her more than all of us? And then Peter's just like, okay. And that's where it ends. I kind of have to admire the gall of this piece, right? Because it blatantly goes against everything else that's been recorded everywhere to do with Christ or the Bible or the New Testament. And he's just like, but if I make Mary sound credible, maybe they'll buy it. Things like the Gospel of Mary and Gnosticism were mentioned by early church leaders, because even at the time of the early church, like within the decades after the apostles, there was already Gnosticism popping up everywhere. And the church leaders were like, this is almost definitely heresy. And you can see why. So take a wild guess where this one's going. The reason I wanted to mention the Acts of Paul and Thecla and the Gospel of Mary back to back is because in research for this video, I read a ton of different websites talking about the canonicity of Scripture and the process of how the books that are currently in the Bible were accepted into the canon and why other things were rejected. And you would be amazed by the number of websites and articles I found, both Christian and atheist, or at least from an agnostic point of view, that said, well, I guess the reason these two weren't taken in is because Christians just hate women. Like, that was your takeaway from these? And again, not only are women like Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Jesus, among the most widely praised figures in all of Christian history, but throughout the entire Bible, with women like Deborah and Esther, who led armies and controlled the future of entire nations. To imply that the Bible isn't full of powerful women is ridiculous. But especially to read these, to see the idea that Jesus lied to everyone that he ever met except this one person, and to be so content-brained that your takeaway from it is men, am I right?
Yes,
also, reading
actually,
the
that
Gospel
makes
of
perfect
Mary
sense.
is a good setup.
I get
for the Gospel of
1.2 thousand
Judas,
views
which
on
is
every
also
sixth
a Gnostic gospel.
short,
And is
or
pretty
I
much
get
the Gospel of
1.6
Mary,
thousand views
only with the
over
character
6
of Judas
shorts.
Iscariot. Judas Iscariot
I can do
is one
math.
of, if
YouTube.
not the most
I know
infamous
how that
people
works.
in all of human history.
Fucktards.
His name itself is now synonymous with the word traitor or liar. There's a reason that Dante portrayed him as the most punished man in all of hell. And then the Gospel of Judas is like, hey, what if he was the good guy? A 3rd century codex of the Gospel of Judas, which was horrifically torn up and barely put together, was found in the 1970s. Although, as mentioned with a lot of these, early church fathers had mentioned it as being a work of heresy that was passed around in the early days of the church. And I kind of have to appreciate the author and their audacity. Because, like with the Gospel of Mary, if you're going to try to rewrite the entirety of history by yourself, you might as well
Hey man,
use
you
a
take your
historical
time.
figure that everyone likes. But
We
whoever
ain't
wrote
doing
the
nothing
Gospel
important
of
tonight.
Judas
This is all
was like,
test
nah,
runs
that Judas
and
guy,
checking.
that's our man.
I
Again, the
figure
text
I'll
is very
see
fragmented, but from what
how
we do
late
have,
folks will stick
it
around
tells
with
the
me.
story of Jesus coming to the disciples,
And y'all
and the
don't
disciples being like, we sure do love you,
understand. I'm
Jesus.
just
And
a
Jesus being like,
simple man doing the best I can without no Lucci. Spent my last dollar in the bath blue ribbon on be open and sipping. I was half too blue. They're hard to do, dude. They're hard. I got a problem. My life's to a tempo. Yeah, but I'm just simple, man. I skipple Dan. It all started at a party at. I was only 15. Now I can fiddle with the Bacardi. And I drink and pass out. Wake up bad south and start again. I drink the AA, but hey, give me the bottle. The 12 steps is acting like they never took a swallow. No Lucci. I got a simple problem, man. One mouth and two hands and an empty can. I ain't got no Lucci.
like, you're all fools who have no idea what you're talking about, and you can't possibly understand the works of God. And what are you even doing here? You're all losers anyway. And Judas stands up to him and is like, hey, you're being mean. And Jesus is like, haha, you were the only one who could see through my fake meanness. So I want to talk to you in private. And then at another point, the disciples are like, hey, so if you weren't being serious about all this Christianity stuff, then why are we, like preaching to people and, telling others the good news of Christ? And Jesus is like, well, you're just misleading them because you're all bad people. And it makes the disciples sad. So Judas goes to talk to Jesus, and Jesus is like, so this is actually just one reality or generation that I'm visiting. There's like dozens of them, and I visit them all the time. And there's like these higher realms of existence with people a lot better than you all. You guys are awful. I much prefer the people on like the other tiers of existence. And then the disciples have a vision, and Jesus interprets it as how awful they are. Just like, oh, well, the
I
reason
drink
you had
about
that
it.
vision
Like,
is
and
because
what it
you're all
really
bad
means.
people.
I drink
and you
about
have
it.
to feel
Busting that seams don't overtake it. I think you told me that before, but whatever. That's my attitude. What can I say? And evidently, I was raised to be this way, but evidently, they visit me. Then why do I feel this way? They got a man down. That's a mayday. Dude, they are quick.
Feel bad about it. And then he describes to Judas, again in private, about how man is essentially useless. And Judas is like, so what's this whole getting saved and baptized thing? And Jesus is like, I just say that to make you feel better. And then he's like, so I need to ascend to a higher plane of existence so that one day I can bring a few of you all up with me, I guess. So what I'm going to need you to do is I need you to betray me so that I die and I can escape this body and then go do my real business. And Judas is like, okay, which implies that Judas was the only person in the entire Bible to get the point, so to speak, and that Judas killing Jesus was a moral act of good. You go at the bottom. You don't even get to be up there with the rest of the blasphemy. It's hard to describe how much it just feels like an edgy kid who really hates the Bible and wanted to be mean about it. So cool for you. Your name's literally been forgotten to history, except for the wall of shame. So
Let me try this. Broken, lonely, choking on dro. Can I borrow another tomorrow? Dear Lord, I'm scoping, hoping some door can open, cause my folks don't even know me no more. Shits are growing and my age is showing and my teeth are growing and I'm sounding not sure of doubt and allure is a doubt of allure and a beer and a blade and a pile of the pure.
good job. And I want to end this video on what's
Thank you,
probably
Wendigoon.
my favorite
I needed
out of
that.
all the ones we're covering today, the 7 letters of Ignatius. Ignatius was the 3rd bishop of the church in Antioch, Syria. This is also, as mentioned in the book of Acts, the first place where
Welcome
Christians
back, Hammer
were
Time.
referred
Good to see you,
as
bud.
Christians. At the time, Trajan was the ruler of Rome,
Bud?
and as
Wait.
mentioned earlier, it was illegal to be a Christian. So when it was found that Ignatius was the leader of the church, he was arrested and taken back to Rome for execution in the Colosseum. On his final journey to be executed, Ignatius wrote a series of letters to all of the churches who knew him and helped support him, 7 of which are still recorded in history. Now, the validity of these letters has been widely debated. Some believe that Ignatius may not even have wrote them. Some believe that he did, but they've been doctored or changed through translations throughout history. But several still hold them in a high place of reverence and as the records of one of the first recorded martyrs of the Christian church. In his letter to the Ephesians, he says that he is happy that he was able to be a sacrifice for the people of his church so that no one else had to suffer. And he only hopes that the church at Ephesus can remember his teachings and continue to follow God. To the Magnesians, he wrote a lot about doctrine and how the old law has passed and we are now in the age of grace, and he makes a lot of allusions of how Christians are to be the salt of the earth, something that was mentioned by Jesus and other people within the New Testament. To the Trallians, he asks for forgiveness that he is not yet at the side of God and cannot profess to fully know the secrets of the world, but that soon he will. He continues to say that he hopes he will be worthy of the reputation as a martyr for God. To the Philadelphians, he offers praise and gives several beautiful illustrations of Scripture. For one, he says that Satan himself grows weak in the sight of charity, and that charity is the primary call of what the church is to be to others. And when discussing the importance of old monuments and locations from the Old Testament, he says that the most important monument we can follow is the monument of Calvary and the cross itself. He calls the cross the undefiled monument and urges them to continue to read the Bible when he says, the gospel is incorruptible perfection. To the Smyrnaeans, he gives a similar account as that of, oh man, I've talked about so many. It's in here somewhere. Hold on. Clement, like in the Epistle of Clement, whenever he describes how the hierarchy of the church should be, Ignatius does the same thing in this letter. He also sent a letter directly to their.
And they say that life's a play, and that all the world's a stage, and so ever gonna change. I'd fuck that up. What is that word? Hold up. They say that life's a play, and that all the world's a stage forever. For another pull-up braid? Another, and the show is the same way every day. Right. No, don't do that. And my heart carries the pain of a brain I can't explain. Am I insane? Am I insane? But it don't matter, and I don't care. Let my pain into the air. Everything good's over there, and everything here is hard to bear. It don't matter, and I don't care. Everything is hard to bear, and everything good is gone.
Leader, Polycarp. In it, he says that he's heard great word of Polycarp and hopes that he continues to follow God, and gives him advice as one leader to the other, saying things like you should always care for the widows and those who can't take care of themselves. And it's important to not only preach to the people in your church, but to remember their names and be friendly to them. He also encourages Polycarp to teach husbands and wives to love each other and to come together in one unity, and that they should love each other as Christ loved the church. Polycarp would later write a letter to the Christians in Rome that further emphasized these points Ignatius sent to him. Polycarp himself would also one day become a martyr of the church. Throughout the letters, he continuously refers to Jesus as our common hope. Throughout these letters, he also encourages the churches that they should send someone to Antioch, because above all else, he wants to make sure that his church is taken care of. But to me, the most beautiful letter that Ignatius wrote, and again, I don't believe these are perfectly preserved by history, but I think the majority of them might be. And if that's the case, then the most beautiful one he wrote to me is the letter to the Romans. Remember, Ignatius was being taken to Rome to be executed, and he feared that the church in Rome may hurt themselves or hurt others trying to free him. So his message to the Romans is that it'll all be okay.
I got to do this bit. Running in circles. Wait a second. Hold up. I just got an email. Hold on. Wait, shit. I'm going to shoot that fucker before I leave. I'm going to be like, bunk. I'm going to look elsewhere, see if they're... Okay, well, I got a minute. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they got it. They're good. Okay. I just got an email from Running in Circles. What is Running in Circles? Okay, yeah, no. All right. Wait. What? Why? Why would you make more emails, dude? That is so fucking confusing. All right, fine. Whatever. I don't give a shit. I'll do this thing. No, that is inappropriate and wrong. Why are you doing this? Stop it. You're a terrible person. What did I do wrong?
You're a terrible person.
I am. Hey, wait a second. Do that again. I missed it. Did I ever tell you how much I love my wife, Squatch? It's absolutely amazing the things she does to please me. I'm telling you, like, this girl, she loves me. I don't debate that one point. Like, her brother is like, yeah, she likes you. I'm like, okay. She does stuff I didn't even ask her to do. Things that she knows I would enjoy. She doesn't give a shit. She's doing it anyway. She's gonna do it regardless. Ignore the email for now. All right, cool. Well, like, I separated it into its own thing immediately. Look. Dude. See, you're one of those YouTube channels that bothers me. You have a great name and a better one that was given to you by your fucking parents, you fucktard. But okay, like, I get it. I could use my name. I could have thousands of fucking subscribers. It wouldn't even be an issue. I could lean on some people I know and get a whole bunch. It'd be great. But here's the thing. I don't give a fuck about none of that. In fact, the one guy that I know that, okay, all right. There's a few people I know that have more subscribers than me, but the one guy that I personally know that has more subscribers, right? That fucktard who's like, wants to sit there and be like, well, you know what you need to do is, but he's only ever done one thing. He does the game streaming thing and that's it. He like does, well, actually, let me show you what he does. And y'all can try to figure out who he might be based on this. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. This is what he does. Without fail in every case. Right? Okay. Right? It's pretty much the extent of his channel. He does this shit much like this. Ooh, wait a second. No. So like this is his channel. This is the way he runs shit. He does it like this. This is all he does. This is his thing. I don't have anything in particular against it. It's just maybe it's too simple. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I could sit here and talk about this, whatever this is, like whatever's on that part of the screen, enough to make it worthwhile and for anybody to fuck. I mean, this isn't what y'all tune in to fucking see, honestly. I mean, this is me kind of having fun. This is, I'm gonna go and update like whatever the fuck y'all want to update. I don't care. I really don't give a shit. I like playing video games to an extent, and I'm willing to play those games to the extent that y'all are willing to watch them. I like playing video games to an extent. I don't know what else to tell you. But my preference is something more along these lines. That's not quite right. That doesn't seem to be quite right. Maybe add a little bit of some of that. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking with tater tots.
He says to them, "But I fear your love, lest it do me an injury. For it is easy for you to do what you please, but it will be hard for me to attain unto God if you spare me." He's saying that he's been called to a higher purpose, that he is allowing himself to be the sacrifice for his church back in Antioch, and that hopefully what he's doing here will be remembered for generations to come and be a light to those who may follow. He's so humble and doesn't want to encourage strife from anyone that he says, "Rather encourage the beast, that they may become my sepulchre, and may leave nothing of my body, that being dead, I may not be troublesome to any." And then he says to the church one of the most powerful things I've ever read outside of Scripture. He says, "Only pray for me, that God would give me both inward and outward strength, that I may not only say, but will, nor be only called a Christian, but be found one." Ignatius seems to have gotten the point of Scripture in a way few people have. Only people like Stephen, who I mentioned earlier. The idea that it's easy to call yourself a Christian, anyone can do that, but it's entirely different to be Christ-like. Just as Christ, in those final moments on the cross, said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," as Ignatius was being taken to death, he told the people who wanted to save him that he doesn't want to just be called a Christian, but to be found as one. I think it is a beautiful and encouraging series of letters. And even, again, if not perfectly accurate to what the original transcripts were, they do hold a lot of context for the churches at the time and several of the events that happened along his journey, like how he mentioned he was transported by the Romans and his descriptions of how the church should be. So it's definitely going to my historical category. So there we have it, 24 entries into the lost books of the Bible. Again, if this is something you all would want to see more of in the future, let me know, because I had a lot of fun. Maybe cut down on time in the future. I have no idea how long this is going to turn out to be. Probably way too long, but I had to make this video or it was going to kill me. Like, this is always something I've been curious about, and I need a justification to dedicate this.
Honest to God, I can respect that. There's a few videos I made because it was going to kill me if I didn't. Yeah, it's true.
Amount of time to reading it, and a YouTube channel is a pretty good excuse. So here we are. And again, a lot of people consider reading these at all to study as historical or otherwise to be wrong. But for one, that's ridiculous. Like I said at the beginning, the idea that knowledge should be hidden from anyone is dumb. But also, as a Christian, reading these, even the historical ones, even the ones that I believe hold some value, has only strengthened my opinion of what is in the Scripture. While some of these had well thought out and meaningful accounts, and others not so much, they pale in comparison to what's written in the Bible, a book that, despite being compiled over thousands of years, has a cohesion that's divine in nature. And while I believe many of these to be important, it's completely different from the Scripture itself. and it makes the word biblical hold some weight to it. It drives home the idea that despite being written...
Windy Goon, brother, hold on. Let me do this right. I get what you're trying to say, man. Like, I understand that you don't want to be negative against the Bible and whatnot, but here's the thing. I would appreciate if you just speak out right and tell the people what you actually fucking think, because whenever you honeycoat your opinion, you make me want to think that, fuck you, I'll do it myself. We'll do it live. I mean, why not? Let's be honest. Wrong buttons. I did all the wrong buttons. I don't want to do the wrong buttons. I want to do the right buttons. The wrong buttons. We should do it this way. That way. Do it this way. Did you see my eyeballs? I saw my eyeballs. No, I don't like that. No. Okay, we'll do it that way.
Written by over 40 people throughout history, the Bible really does seem to have one author. But forgetting all of that and removing the personal gratitude I got from all this, hopefully you got something out of this ridiculously long religious rambling. And probably not, actually. You're probably just playing this for like background noise or something while you sleep, but that's totally fine. And for all 12 of you who paid attention this long, I really appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, this is something I've
12? Man, dude, I'm at least 6 by myself. MVTV, we got a good 1650 working on you. You're good.
always been interested in, and I was happy to take a look at. And again, if this is something that you would like to see more of, let me know, and I would definitely be down to do it sometime in the future. Probably a bit of a break, as I've been reading these for the past several weeks and see them in my dreams at night. So I should probably give it a little bit of a holiday.
Full on, brother. I can respect that
something
shit.
I'd like to do in the future if you all are interested. So let me know. And again, thank you for sticking around. I also want to say thank you for allowing me to get to 2 million subscribers. 10 months ago, I hit 1 million, which was an impossible, and still is an impossible number that is hard for me to grasp. And now you guys have doubled it in less than a year. And I'm beyond grateful for the opportunity you all have given me. And I hope that I continue to be worth your time. And thank you all for giving me that time. It means the world. I have a lot of cool projects in the works. I'm about to go down and film the Stalker film, which I'm very excited for. Stay tuned for a lot of live streams and behind the scenes stuff for all of that, especially if you were a part of the Kickstarter. And again, thank you all so much for allowing this dream to come true and for your continued support. It means the world. But I've got to get this video edited and up pretty quick, so I'm going to call it here. But again, I hope you all enjoyed all of this, and let me know if you want to see more in the future. But for now, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
All right, giggity giggity. I think we managed to actually finish a particular video. I'm proud of myself, I'm not gonna lie. Typically, I'll stop about halfway through. Screw the pooch, because I'm not great at it, I'll be honest. Got a limited amount of attention to derive to certain folks. Let's see. Bam. Turn that off.
December. Stave 1 of A Christmas Carol. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kyle Munley. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Preface. I have endeavored in this ghostly little book to raise the ghost of an idea which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. Their faithful friend and servant, C.D. December 1843. Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined, myself, to regard a coffin nail as the deadliest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will, therefore, permit me to repeat, emphatically, that Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night, in an easterly wind, upon his own ramparts, than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, on his eyebrows, on his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about him. He iced his office in his dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm him, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, Dark Master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting-house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day. The candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by, and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting-house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room. And so, surely, as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore, the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome. His eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle!" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned his nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" again, and followed it up with, "Humbug!" "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be?" returned the uncle. "When I live in such a world of fools as this. Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older, but not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should." "Uncle!" "Nephew," returned the uncle sternly, "keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine." "Keep it?" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you." There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest, but I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on their journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder that you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he would. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love," growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon." "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon." "I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge, "and a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "There's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. "My clerk, 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood, with their hats off, in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years," Scrooge replied. "He died 7 years ago this very night." "We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner," said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word, liberality, Scrooge frowned, and shook his head, and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking his pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at this present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again.
Did y'all see that? That AI just hid behind a dead ship. Dead ship specifically so that I couldn't hit him. I'm actually impressed by that because I haven't seen the AI do that yet. That's the first time I've seen it. I mean, I've seen them like align along a dead ship for a second, but like actually try to hide behind it. I've never seen that before. I'm a little perturbed by the abilities of modern AI. They've started to like tickle my pickle in a weird way. For lack of a better term, perhaps. Okay, yeah, no, dude. If you gotta go to sleep, go to sleep. I mean, do that thing. Honestly, I'm just trying to get a copy of A Christmas Carol onto my channel so that I can go back and edit it down. I mean, if y'all want to ask me questions, ask me questions. I'm going to give it a good solid pause before I start up. I may even try to wait until the end of chapters.
And the union workhouses, demanded Scrooge. Are they still in operation? They are, still, returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not. The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then? Said Scrooge. Both, very, sir. Oh! I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course, said Scrooge. I'm very glad to hear it. Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time, of all others, when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. So what shall I put you down for? Nothing, replied Scrooge. You wish to be anonymous? I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, then they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, returned Scrooge. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more fastidious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterward, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some laborers were repairing the gas pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. A water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing sullenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as the Lord Mayor's house should. and even the little tailor, whom he fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet, and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sounds of "God rest ye merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expected clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop 1/2 crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used, when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at Blindman's Bluff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers that had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for no one lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost shone or hung about the black old gateway of the house, that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also, that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not an impenetrable shadow as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and, though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid color, made it horrible. But its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door, except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. He said, "Pooh-pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door, and walked across the hall, and up the stairs. Slowly, too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament. But I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase, and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel, Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, old fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obligated to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the Scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like featherbeds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles pulling off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. His head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment and with a strange, inexplicable dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute, but it seemed like an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks of the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below. Then coming up the stairs. Then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say, "to a shade," but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it, then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel, in his heart, by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention, and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit, staring at those fixed glazed eyes in silence for a moment, would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case. For though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven. "You see this toothpick," said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You're not looking at it." "But I see it," said the ghost, "notwithstanding." "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug!" At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chains and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link, and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is
Hey, Jeffco, welcome to the show, bud. I'm doing stuff that's weird. Don't judge me, man. I'm just doing stuff. I'm trying things and doing other things and doing stuff that do things. It's good to see you from Washington State, bud. I like it.
Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly. "Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting-house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow," the ghost repeated. 7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and traveling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse. You travel fast? Said Scrooge. On the wings of the wind, replied the ghost. You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years, said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chains so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "Oh, captive bound and double-ironed," cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labor by mortal creatures or this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunity misused, yet such was I, oh, such was I." "But you are always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me!" cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge, "but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How it is that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank ye." "You will be haunted," resumed the ghost, "by 3 spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1. "Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look for me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped. not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of Stave 1. Stave 2 of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 2, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12! It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. 12! He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped. "Why, it is impossible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It is impossible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing-gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first exchange pay to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again and thought, and thought, and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3/4 more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour had passed, and, considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong. 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding dong. 1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding dong. 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding dong. The hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it did now with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. So close to it as I am to you now, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away, and in the very wonder of this it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish nature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. "What?" exclaimed the ghost. "Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?" Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period in his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would be more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then, take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing-gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. "I am mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear but a touch of my hand there," said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day, with snow upon the ground. "Good heaven!" said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts, and hopes, and joys, and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it?" cried Scrooge with fervor. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travelers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for its spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach-houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthly savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor, forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the paneling, not a drip from the half-thawed water-spout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba! Yes, yes, I know! One Christmas time when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy! And Valentine, with his wild brother Orson, there they go! And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers, asleep at the gates of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom, turned upside down by the genie, there he is upon his head. Serve him right, I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city, indeed. "There's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of its head. There he is! Poor Robinson Crusoe, he called him when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robinson Crusoe, where have you been, Robinson Crusoe?" The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running for his life to the little creek. Hallo! Hoop! Hallo! Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy!" and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked lathes were shown instead. But how all of this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and put her arms around his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear, dear brother. "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan?" returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home, for good and all. Home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed, that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home, and he said yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here, but first we're to be together all Christmas long, and have the merriest time in all the world." "You're quite a woman, little Fan," exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him, in her childish eagerness, towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlor that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy and cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine, and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and, getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar frost and snow off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost. "But she had a large heart." "So she had," cried Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid." "She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it," said Scrooge. "I was apprenticed here." They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo-ho there, Ebenezer, Dick! Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow prentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear." "Yo-ho, my boys," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer." "Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how fast those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3. They had 'em up in their places. 4, 5, 6. Barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9. And came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick! Cheer up, Ebenezer!" Clear away! There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers, whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door, but one who was proven to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they came anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping, old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couples starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest, upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and he were the brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them, 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs and came upon his feet without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and, shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the two prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small!" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think?" the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick!" This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until your master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man. I was a boy, he said impatiently. Your own feeling tells you that you are not what you are, she returned. I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you. Have I ever sought release? In words? No, never. In what then? In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly but with steadiness upon him, tell me you would seek me out and try to win me now. Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, You think not? I would gladly think otherwise if I could, she answered. Heaven knows! When I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her weigh everything by gain, or, choosing her, if for a
Mysterious
moment you
and
were
French
false
back
enough
out
to your
before
one
I
guiding
have an
principle to do
opinion
so,
on the
do I
situation.
not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed. You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, cried Scrooge. No more. I do not wish to see it. Show me no more. But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like the last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count. And, unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, they were not 40 children conducting themselves as one, but every child conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, and no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much. And the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? Though I never could have been so rude, no, no, I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down. And for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off. God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment, and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes, and never raised a blush, to have let loose those waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards it, the center of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenseless porter. The scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight at which the development of every package was received. The terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm. The joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they were all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside. And when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle," said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon. Who was it? Guess." "How can I? Tut, don't I know?" she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. "Mr. Scrooge!" Mr. Scrooge it was! I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe. "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place." "I told you these were shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost, "that they are what they are. Do not blame me." "Remove me!" Scrooge exclaimed. "I cannot bear it." He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. "Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer!" In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form, but, though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and, further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. End of Stave 2. Stave 3 of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention, But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and, lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plumed themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and, being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not, by any means, prepared for nothing. And, consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and by which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be, at that very moment, an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person and not the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done to it. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called to him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there. And such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone by. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in and know me better, man." Scrooge entered timidly, and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe, or mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it.
Necessarily mankind, because
yeah.
it's more inclusive.
There we go. Exactly. Yes, thank you.
We can all learn from each other.
They're gonna want to cancel me for this one. I ain't even got a little buzz yet.
Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. Y'all too woke. There's no hope. I put on Joe Rogan when I kick it and lay in bed. You wanna fight me for it? Then no kidding, go take your meds. I rearrange your face up like you're Mr. Potato Head. Oops. Sorry, just a potato head. Shit is too crazy, man. Now there's wokeness every day in place. Every industry, it seems they throw it in their fans' face. And we bumping albums now. I'm told we shouldn't handshake. Probably homophobic if we don't like all these band-aids. Land breaks. We're too sensitive these days. Getting mad at every little thing and everyone's enraged. Get offended and then straight up try to censor what you say. By now it's pretty obvious that censorship is gay. What the fuck did he just say? Yo, I'm kidding, bro. Relax. I love it when big tech is even censoring the facts. And to save the human race, I went and got the vax. I'm a superhero. Why you think I sit here in a mask? Think we should go back up in the lockdown and start panicking. I'll just hide inside cause I don't want to kill your grandma. Man, it's weird how much you love this. Y'all like Dahmer with a mannequin. Tell me to get woke and I'll go pop another Ambien. Cause I thought an education, it just might be a blessing. I went to college and honest, I thought I might learn a lesson. But when I left it, I just found out cause I'm white, I'm oppressive.
Spirit. Never, Scrooge made to answer it. Have never walked Younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years? Pursued the Phantom. I don't think that I have, said Scrooge. I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit? More than 1,800, said the ghost. A tremendous family to provide for, muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas Present rose. Spirit, said Scrooge submissively, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe. Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausage, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of the night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down into the road below and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off, and made intricate channels hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a fastidious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruitiers were radiant in their glory. There were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they passed by and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods, and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and, in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. There were very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race appeared to know that there was something going on, and, to a fish, went swimming round and round in their little world in slow and passionless excitement. The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed with perhaps 2 shutters down or 1, but through those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humor possible. While the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas daws to peck at if they chose. Soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces. And at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revelers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humor was restored directly, for they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day. And it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up. And yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and the progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is. My own." "Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given, to a poor one most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "Because it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge after a moment's thought, "I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment." "I!" cried the spirit. "You would deprive them of their means of dining every seventh day. Often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all," said Scrooge. "Wouldn't you?" "I!" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the seventh day?" said Scrooge.
Sorry. Good news though. We're gonna have to move the party somewhere a little bit more private, but you're all invited. Lorenzo will give you the details. Yeah!
Hey, she was a cutie in a sundress. Yeah, I told her I just had to confess. I got a crush on you, darling. Them long tan legs got me falling.